Zohran Mamdani.
The name is Mamdani. From the Bangladeshi auntie to the parent strangers, thank you for knocking. Fight for working people, no apology. Fight for a city that works for everybody. From Port Richmond to Jackson Heights, from Harlem to Bay Ridge.
Turn the flavor to the rice.
We deserve a city we can afford and a life of dignity where we can do more than keep on the lights. Make buses fast and free. Eliminate the fare, make them move with ease. Freeze the rent, build housing where everyone needs. Childcare at no cost to parents. Not a green when I look out to the midnight skyline. I see strangers in each other in dark times. We won with the most votes in city history. Victory shattered Cuomo's inevitability. The billionaires got scared. Work day and night to stop. Mamdani is Mamdani. From the Bangladeshi auntie to the parent strangers, thank you for knocking. Fight for working people, no apology. Fight for a city that works for everybody. From Port Richmond to Jackson Heights, from Harlem to Bay Ridge.
Turn the flavor to the rice.
We deserve a city we can afford and a life of dignity where we can do more than keep on the lights. People started to learn how to pronounce my name. Hell yeah. Right now, it's off the top of the dome.
Zohran Mamdani.
The name is Mamdani. From the Bangladeshi auntie to the parent strangers, thank you for knocking. Fight for working people, no apology. Fight for a city that works for everybody. From Port Richmond to Jackson Heights, from Harlem to Bay Ridge.
Turn the flavor to the rice.
We deserve a city we can afford and a life of dignity where we can do more than keep on the lights. Make buses fast and free. Eliminate the fare, make them move with ease. Freeze the rent, build housing where everyone needs. Childcare at no cost to parents. Not a green when I look out to the midnight skyline. I see strangers in each other in dark times. We won with the most votes in city history. Victory shattered Cuomo's inevitability. The billionaires got scared. Work day and night to stop. Mamdani is Mamdani. From the Bangladeshi auntie to the parent strangers, thank you for knocking. Fight for working people, no apology. Fight for a city that works for everybody. From Port Richmond to Jackson Heights, from Harlem to Bay Ridge.
Turn the flavor to the rice.
We deserve a city we can afford and a life of dignity where we can do more than keep on the lights. People started to learn how to pronounce my name. Hell yeah. Right now, it's off the top of the dome. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our nation. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working
Let's start here. Stay right.
with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? How we fucking doing? Ahoy, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Kiva Indafer. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Faraxiel. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Giancarlo. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Jay. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, Jammer. Hello, It's Me Bingo. Hello, Iridescended Kitten. Hello, Look at the Trees. Hello, Rhombus. Hello, Carver E. Bane. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, how we doing, Lady Raincloud? I know, a stream before midnight. What is it? What are we coming to here? Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Lizabeth. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Gamergy. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, how we doing, Cliff? Hello, Draconics. Hello. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, T-Pritched. How we doing, Snogan? Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I am home from your vacation to San Diego? Or San Diego. Hello, Andromeda. What a wonderful day it is. It really is. My DSA people lost, but none got lower than 24%. That's great. I mean, not great that they lost, but great that, like, you're building power. Remember, even a loss is just another step towards building that power, you know? Sadly, Omar Fateh did not reign victorious this day, but he's yet young, and he will cook, and he will do more in the state legislature here in Minnesota, and I hold high confidence that one day we're going to see some great things from that man. Hello, Paige Larson. The hoops the GOP is doing are hilarious. It's true. It's true. The cope has been primo. It's true. It was quite close, though. Yeah, it was fucking heartbreaking. Also, Michael Wilson didn't win Parks Board, and I'm upset about it. I was flabbergasted to see Frey won. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think a lot of people... I think our local DSA, one of the things we need to do better is interfacing with other labor movements in the area. I think if we had, like, done a bit more, we might have been able to leverage some more union power against that man, because fuck that guy. But you know what? We came damn close. We came damn close. PA resident here, happy to have helped the 3 Supreme Court judges stay in office. Hell yeah, Giancarlo! Jack, yeah, that just means I will continue
Downingtown
knowing you.
elects
Yes.
PA first trans mayor. People trans pride.
Although I am going to be insufferable because I think one of the things DSA needs to do is get uh more involved in the day-to-day support of unions in the area. But that's maybe a conversation we can have offline. Hopium tastes way better than copium. Well, yeah, because hopium like gives you room to do stuff, you know? Also, sweet blasphemy. Thank you for the $5 dono. And Downingtown elects Pennsylvania's first trans mayor. That's so cool. Aw, hell yeah.
Trans pride.
Hell yeah. Democrat Erica Deuso defeated Republican Richard Bryant in the borough of Downingtown's mayoral election. Hell yeah. Hopium is made in the cool zone. Indeed, we must produce industrial strength copium and hopium in equal measure. The copium for our enemies and the hopium for our allies. My experience with DSA is it's a loose confederation of individual chapters. Well, yeah, I'm talking about in the Twin Cities DSA chapter. Um, each chapter is going to be different and requires a different approach and different diplomacy. But I think every single one of them could benefit from taking a page out of New York DSA's book. Large shipment of hopium from Seattle. Enzo the librarian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Also, folks, I'm really looking forward to today's stream. Okay? Are you all ready? You all ready to jump in? Also, you guys are getting very close to your next sub goal of more Rudyard content, and it's scaring me. You guys are scaring me. There's a lot of Rudyard content that I have agreed to do, and it's a lot, and we're gonna get to some of it today. Are Democrats silencing conversations about Zohran and democratic socialism? Yeah, that's because they're r/Democrats. Like, they don't like democratic socialism because they're not democratic socialists, and they want to control the tent. But what if the sub goal wasn't that? You know, we're gonna fulfill the bargains I've already made and then revisit that question. Dave L., more people should appreciate subs. They do so much. Like, support your favorite creators. And nothing else. All right. Y'all ready? So, again, not a segment, but I do have to say one of the funniest fucking things I saw today was someone doing a play-by-play of what was happening in the closing arguments of the Sandwich Hero case. You all remember, of course, the case of the man who threw a sandwich at some ICE officers and then led them upon a merry chase. You all remember that. You're familiar.
Hey Jack,
Are
you
you
should
not?
check out the interview Jack Smith did with the ACLU.
I might, but I gotta be honest, my interest in Jack Smith is very low. But thank you for the $5 dono. It's great, but he had his court date today, the sandwich hero, closing arguments in the case. And guys, this is incredible. This comes courtesy of Ryan Riley, who is a reporter for NBC, and it's incredible. This case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is about a sandwich. Closing arguments from the defense of the DC sandwich guy case are now underway. That's a direct quote. That's not. The quotes here are genuinely insane. So, Ryan Riley writes, defense says the officer's testimony was very questionable because he said the sandwich both exploded in a spray of mustard and onions, but also landed in its wrapper on the ground. And the defense also points out that obviously the officer couldn't have been that damaged by the act because he got not one but two gag gifts around being the victim of the sandwich hero. One of which was a plush sandwich, and the other was a badge on his lunchbox that reads felony footlong. And I can't believe this is real. If the sandwich didn't split, you must have quit. And the lawyer then goes, if someone assaulted you, if someone offended you, would you keep a memento of their assault? Would you stick it on your daily lunchbox and carry it with you day in and day out? That's a real quote. That's a real quote from this case.
Jack is only making light of this because she hasn't seen what that sandwich looked like against tank armor.
A ballistic vest meant to stop a bullet is definitely going to keep you safe from a sandwich thrown at you, argues the sandwich hero's attorney, which, you know, it's hard to find fault with that argument. If one is wearing anti-ballistic armor, it is hard to imagine that they would be terribly vulnerable to a thrown sandwich-based projectile. It's... this is incredible. Quote, is it really that different from when your 8-year-old or your 10-year-old is in the middle of a temper tantrum? Are you physically injured when your kid throws a stuffed animal at you? No. You close the door and you move on with your life. Genuinely, the fact that this defense attorney argues in court that essentially these ICE officers are more fragile than any parent of a child, anyone who's been in the vicinity of like a 5-year-old.
It was an anti-material sandwich, actually. Tactical mayonnaise included.
God. The sandwich did not impede Officer Laramore's duties that night, Sandwich Guy's lawyer argues. Quote, a footlong from Subway could not, and certainly did not, inflict bodily harm. I can't believe it's real. I can't. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Jess, I've been meaning to take a look at that. Thank you for sending me the link. How long is this? This is 42 minutes long. We gotta look at something else. But we will take a look at it. Well, maybe we'll take a look at it today, but not the entire thing. Have we confirmed that the sandwich wasn't slightly spicier than a normal sub sandwich? Well, it did have mustard on it. Mustard and mustard and onion. So it's feasible that the mustard was of the spicy variety. Perhaps even the force of the impact caused some of the mustard to aerosolize, creating a kind of mustard gas. You know, in such a case, perhaps this counts as the use of a chemical weapon against an officer. Who can say? I guess the jury will decide. God, I can't believe it. Dude was literally given a stuffed sandwich plushie to commemorate the event, and they're trying to get this guy on a felony. Ridiculous. ICE are a bunch of baby men. Bunch of baby ass bitches. I can't believe it. Oof. Oh no. I exited out of a tab. All right. So
If they went for the pepper relish, and it sprayed out, does that count as an less than lethal round?
it could be. Could be, Paladin. Thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And also, folks,
Wanted to resub when my name turns H white, but Sake is turning all H whites orange. I can't afford to do this for too many streamers, so smaller ones like you or Prio.
thank you so much, Cliff. I appreciate it. Are you guys ready to see, like, some truly horseshit? Are you guys ready? So, folks, I have long been telling you guys Donald Trump's mind is cooked. It's gone. It's mush. It is in the garbo. It's already several sheets into the wind towards the grave. And like we're seeing some weird stuff happening. Like we're seeing far worse cognitive functioning than we ever saw under Joe Biden, and it was pretty bad under Joe Biden. Okay? We are beyond that now. There are signs going up in the White House, and I don't know how to put this. They're they're putting like just paper signs outside of different rooms of the White House. You're in the White House. And I do want to point out here that one of the commonly done things for folks who have dementia or whose brains are going, sour, is that they need to see rooms that are labeled. This is real. This isn't like photoshopped. I thought it was photoshopped too when I first saw it. What this indicates to me is that Donald Trump is getting lost at the White House. Like he's getting lost inside of his own house. And like obviously that's a awful, horrible sign of things right now. But you have him also being told by his advisors that, like, oh, you need to the Supreme Court is hearing arguments today. They're hearing arguments today. They're hearing arguments against your use of tariffs. You gotta go out and do an interview with friendly media and defend the tariffs. And like they prop this big sweaty boy up and they send him in front of a camera and then he says stuff like this.
Yeah.
You're saying you're happy with what you came out of it.
If I didn't have tariffs, we would right now, the entire world would be in a depression. Because, that wasn't a threat against us. That was a threat against the entire world. I did this for the world. But, yeah.
You're saying
Let's follow that train of thought. He tried to benefit the world by imposing a unilateral tax on Americans. That doesn't make sense. You taxed the American public to make our purchases more expensive, and that was to benefit the world. In what way? Like, that's the thing, right? Like, anytime he's on screen and he gives an answer like that, I want so desperately
we are so back
for someone to ask a follow-up. Like, how does that save the world from a depression? Like, how does that work exactly? Like, his mind is going and like becoming more rotten by the day. That doesn't make any sense. And when folks, when your brain starts to go, sometimes you get delusions of grandeur like this. And granted, he's always had these, but like, they're so much worse now. They're so much worse than what they were even, a handful of years ago. Also, Abzu, thank you for the $5 super chat and for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. It's this entire endeavor here of propping him up and making him seem like a person is being done with the compliance of media, obviously. It's why he's sticking to Fox News so much these days. It's why CBS had to edit over 30 minutes out of his 60 Minutes interview. But this is what I really wanted to talk about today. This is what I really wanted to talk about. I went I've never seen anything like this. Here's Donald Trump trying to talk to about Miami, and I want to stress here, he has teleprompters. I want to stress here, he has teleprompters that he is reading from. With that being said, here we go.
To those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told him I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats to those places.
People started laughing at him. You heard people laugh there. He's addressing like a bunch of like business people. Like you see the teleprompters right here. He's reading from a script. And he's talking about Miami being a haven from communist South Africa. Like, even being charitable here, because you see him a couple times attempt to read it correctly, South America, but then he keeps defaulting back to South Africa. But, like, communist South America, like, he's talking about Cuba. Miami is associated with Cuba, like, refugees from Cuba, Cuban communism. Like, that's what Miami is known for. And I think his brain is just, the neurons aren't firing right. Maybe his eyesight is going too, but, like, I think that there's, like, some kind of cognitive thing where he can't read properly anymore. Like, the associations are broken. Because what I'm trying to convey here is that if you take it together with, like, and you can watch videos on my channel, I've talked about his miniature strokes that he's been suffering from, the drooping of one side of his face extensively across several days, his unexplained MRI. Like, guys, he has brain damage. He has brain damage, and he can no longer recognize where he is inside of the place that he's lived before. Like, he's lived in the White House for 4 years previously. Like, he doesn't know where the Oval Office is anymore. Like, say what you want about Joe Biden, but as far as I know, there weren't any signs that he was getting lost in the White House. Like, yeah, a mumbler for sure. Unable to articulate some of his points, sure. Like, occasionally getting confused during speeches, or seeming like he's about to drop, fade off into a sleep, sure. But Donald Trump makes Biden look perfectly coherent by comparison. And, like, that shouldn't be possible, considering how bad Biden was. Like, what stage of dementia are we at? No idea. We're at the brain cooked stage. We're at the getting lost in familiar spaces stage. Like, I just... This guy is deciding global policy and our domestic situation, and, like, it's intolerable. Intolerable. So, there you have it. Just an update on the status of the President of the United States. And I guess I'll tack on here that the arguments before the Supreme Court today regarding Trump's tariff powers went really, really well. The DOJ got tongue lashed by basically the entire Supreme Court. Even Neil Gorsuch, like, really went in on the DOJ's representation, and I find that the days of Donald Trump wielding unilateral tariff power are nearing their conclusion. So, you know, the Chief Justice, Neil Gorsuch, the left-leaning justices, Amy Coney Barrett also seemed very vehemently opposed to these things. So it's I would expect to see some curtailment of tariff powers. That being said, they did point the administration in the direction of temporary measures for tariffing that would cap tariffs at, like, 15%. So you wouldn't, on the bright side, you wouldn't see any more of these 100% tariffs, 10,000% tariffs. But it's all just the fact that we're even here in the first place is indicative of this man's mental decline. So, that being said, let's move on. God. Also, Suspicious Milky Substance, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. I don't think he's making many policy decisions. seems like Stephen Miller's doing most of that. Does that make you feel any better? Well, no, but also I do want to say that it's worse than Stephen Miller is making the policy decisions, because it's anyone who's in the room with him is making the policy decisions, right? Like, I imagine behind the scenes, it is a constant, unending sprint to be in the room with him, because if somebody else is in the room, they're getting to, like, be the president for the day. Like, yeah, Russell Vought wants to be in there, you know, Marco Rubio wants to be in there, like, all of these people are
Watching
megalomaniacal
these old
douchebags.
politicians deteriorate so publicly makes me sad. Not only because they're ruining the world for younger generations, but because it feel like elder abuse on them.
I mean, in a way, yeah. I don't really feel bad for Donald Trump. He kind of made his bed in that regard, but you know, I do feel bad for like older senators or House reps who have their staffers kind of puppeteering them, for sure. That definitely happens. Um, but like this is what fascists live for. They're like the folks on the top. They've gotten to the top, and now they're able to just puppeteer Weekend at Bernie's, this old doddering man, and it's gross. It's gross as fuck. Yeah, I'm thinking of Dianne Feinstein. Yeah. What's confusing about Jeff Bezos? He donates millions to the ballroom, then runs the boys and Gen V, Min and High Castle. I mean, it's not that confusing because he's making money off of those, you know? Like, the boys makes money for Amazon, and Jeff Bezos is just kind of like, yeah, whatever. It pokes light fun at like rich people and oligarchy, but it's not a real threat to his power. You know, what would be a real threat to Jeff Bezos's power is, strong independent media, which is why he bought the Washington Post and then completely gutted it, right? Like, the media capture, that is in fact a threat to him, and that, I mean, well, not the media capture. The media is a threat to him, and that's why he captured it. You know? God. Yeah, he also just ruined Teen Vogue. Well, Condé Nast ruined Teen Vogue. Condé Nast is, Jeff Bezos is rumored to be eyeing Condé Nast for acquisition. Which Condé Nast, for those of you who don't know, owns like a wide variety of different magazines and websites that report on all kinds of different topics. But Condé Nast shuttered Teen Vogue, or at least Teen Vogue's politics division, which was award-winning and doing maybe some of the best politics reporting in the country at times. And they are folding Teen Vogue into Vogue, and it's awful. It's a gut punch. And genuinely, it does seem to be related to the fact that Teen Vogue did an interview with Elon Musk's trans daughter. So, yeah, it's a blow to like freedom of the press. Like, it sounds bizarre, but like genuinely, Teen Vogue was out there doing some of the best politics reporting around. So fucking petty. I mean, it's petty, but also it's to send a message. It's to send a message that like these people are off limits for you to criticize. I think Teen Vogue was getting away with their political reporting for so long because people don't respect teenage girls. True! Lily loves stuff. Like, it's one of those situations where, like, no, the higher ups at Condé Nast weren't really paying that much attention, and then they started paying a lot of attention during Trump too, and you know, they had something great and they killed it. I think when Trump dies, they're going to try and Weekend at Bernie's him to try and keep the party together and under control. Well, yeah, but the key plot point of Weekend at Bernie's is that it can only last a weekend before the ruse is revealed. I gotta be honest. In a case where, like, they actually try for real life to Weekend at Bernie's a president's corpse, I think they know that they're running the risk of actually getting executed for, like, high treason to the United States. You know, like, that's one of the few things where it's kind of like you completely and utterly abandoned the democratic principles of the country in order to try and do a miniature coup, even for a limited period of time. Like, that would run with some serious political consequence. It'd be a trial the likes of which we'd never see ever again in our lifetimes. But Your Honor, I only held the puppet strings for 5 minutes. I didn't know what they were going to be used for. God. All right, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're over on YouTube, and please do the things that help the show. Got a little song to help remind you what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click God. With the story of Doge sending massive amounts of internet traffic directly to Russia, I think they may have committed treason already. Gamergy, when this is done, like, there needs to be an entire division of, like, investigation into whatever the fuck Doge was doing this entire time. Whoo, baby. Do. Do we get some cope as a treat? No, we got one more story as a treat. And then we'll get Crashouts. Let's see here. Also, folks, you're really close to your sub goal. You could play that new song I sent you. Oh, that's... Well, don't get too ahead of yourself here. I do want to say, folks, heads up. Starbucks workers are looking to potentially begin a strike on November 13th. So, remember, folks, don't pass that picket line. Don't do it. Okay? If Starbucks does not finalize the workers' contracts, they're going to be striking on November 13th. Let's go. It's also November 13th is the annual Red Cup Day promotion at Starbucks. And do not participate. We do not support strike breakers in this house. I will continue to never go to Starbucks. Our strongest soldier, Moth. Exactly, Paladin. Damn it, I love union solidarity and also coffee. I am sad, but I do not cross. Hell yeah. November 13th, Canna Bob Rex. 92% of the union voted in favor of the strike if Starbucks does not come to the bargaining table and sign the new contract. We'll see how it goes. Hello, Yannick de Newborg. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Andrew S. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Vax Baxman. Real bummer, Fate didn't win in Minneapolis. Yeah, it was fucking heartbreaking. I really thought he had the juice. I really thought he was going to be able to pull it off. But, you know, it does help that, like, basically everywhere else, we beat the shit out of Republicans. So I'm still riding that high. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Two. Oh, that hurt my body so much. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh fuck. All right. Oh, that hurt like all of my body. Why? Was it all DFL running in Minneapolis? I mean, for the most part, there were non-DFL folks running too, but you know, Fate had the DFL endorsement, and then the DFL was like, "Oh, we're not going to endorse anyone retroactively." Teehee. It was stupid. The Dono Ghost is after my bones. That's why the sneeze hurt so much. Everything makes so much more sense now, Crochet Whimsy. Oh, fuck. Enzo the Librarian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Starbucks is getting pretty cocky for a company that doesn't even make the third best coffee in Seattle. Hell yeah. Posture check. I'm doing my best. Just to blank, I don't usually get insane body pains from sneezes, but like, that one got me in an unconventional way. Dono Ghost song? Look, you guys aren't getting the Dono Ghost song until we get more donos. Oof. You should drink tons of milk so that your bones are harder to traffic on the ghost black market. I love it. I love the lore. Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you for supporting stream. Can we get the magic beans? You know what? Sure. You guys have donated enough for magic beans. robots, give me the beans. I must have these beans. Beans? Well, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans! That was me attempting to explain how AI works. That's the AI bubble in microcosm. Also, you're a syndicate and you didn't bother me. Don't worry. A crystal clear analogy? I think it is a crystal clear analogy. Okay? Number one, remember how the beloved stream character Dr. Softhole was the result of me trying to explain how human beings anthropomorphize everything, even when it makes no sense, okay? I just want you all to know that my partner sent me, literally sent me a thing. Let me see if I can find it. Of a college professor trying to make exactly the same argument that I did. Is it this one? No. This one? No. That's close though. Where you at? Where you at? I want to read it. I want to read it to chat. I'm looking at so many yummy food recipes right now that we share back and forth. God damn it. So hard to find. On Instagram. Is it this? Yes. Okay. So this is a quote. I heard some professor put googly eyes on a pencil and waved it at his class saying, "Hi, I'm Tim the Pencil. I love helping children with their homework, but my favorite is drawing pictures." Then without warning, he snapped the pencil in half. When half his college students gasped, he said, "That's where all this AI hype comes from. We're not good at programming consciousness, but we're great at imagining non-conscious things are people." And that's what I was trying to demonstrate with Dr. Softhole, beloved stream character that you all remember and love, okay? And similarly, I also accurately give you like how the AI bubble exists with the example of someone trying to sell you 3 beans while claiming that they're magic beans. Dr. what? Softhole. It was my scrunchie that I can't show on stream now because I said it was gone forever. Sorry, I said Dr. Softhole was gone forever. You'd never see her again. It's just a silky soft scrunchie. Can we have a funeral for Dr. Softhole? No! You could show us the corpse, perhaps? This is the corpse of Dr. Softhole. Okay? It's dead. Lifeless. We need closure. Just apropos of nothing, my partner was mocking how loose this scrunchie is, and I feel inadequate. I want to tighten up my scrunchie hole. God, I need to stop talking. And move on. We're moving on. Ignore everything
AI
I just
Capone.
said.
Dr. Softhole is safe and well at our community workhouse.
So stretched out. It's comfy on my hair. It's comfy on my hair and it doesn't pull out my hair. What? Okay, what else am I supposed to call it if not scrunchy hole? What's the hole inside of a hairband supposed to be called?
170 days with no day off. Can I have a special gift of trains only stream at 200? Lol.
No, but I'll consider it at 400, Samantha's Trains. Thank you for the $5 dono. Also, Jesus, I hope you get some time off soon. Just hole? I feel like referring to it as just a hole is weirdly more disrespectful and weird. I don't know. Obviously, it's called the hair hole. I hate all of this. We're gonna move on. All right. So, folks, we have to talk now about AI because it's both terrifying and stupid. And, you know, maybe some other emotions thrown in there as well. But I want to share with you a clip that was sent to me by Salmon Moose from Larry Ellison talking about how AI models and databases are going to interact in the near future. Let's take a look, shall we?
Models are trained on publicly available data, all the data on the internet. So if you look at ChatGPT or Anthropic, Grok, Llama, what have you, they're all trained on all of the data on the internet. In other words, publicly available data. But for these models to reach their peak value, you need to not train them not just on publicly available data, but you need to make privately owned data available to those models as well. And that's where Oracle plays a particularly important role, because most of the world's high-value data is already in an Oracle database. We just had to change, and it is past tense, we did change that database so that that Oracle database can take the data that's already in the Oracle database and make it available to AI models for reasoning. So the AI model can reason on not just public data, but on private data. These AI models are...
So that's Larry Ellison there, explaining
trained
that,
on publicly available data.
Explaining that in order for his magic beans to work, in order for the magic beans to work properly, grow the largest of magical beanstalks, they need all of your secrets. All of your personal secrets that you don't want to tell anyone, you have to tell them to another person who then whispers them to the beans, the bean wizard, as it were. And only then will the AI magic beans be able to fully flourish. That sounds very illegal. It does, doesn't it? But what we're seeing happen here is that these AI companies are growing so desperate that they don't really care about the legality. Like, that's kind of why one of the copyright, like these copyright cases have been popping up over and over and over again, with like different media conglomerates suing, or authors getting together and collectively suing these AI companies that have been training off of copywritten data. But they continue to use the copywritten data. Like they continue to use all of the data that has been established is illegal for them to use. They just bull ahead with it, because what they are hoping is that they are going to break so many different laws in so many different ways, but then create something so useful that in retrospect, all of their crimes will be forgiven. And it remains to be seen if that strategy is going to work. I would wager probably not. Because I don't think that their goal of creating general artificial intelligence is actually going to succeed. Right? Because what they're trying to do is create something that is so valuable that every company and every person on Earth is going to want to pay for it. But they aren't actually capable of delivering that technology. It is all flim-flam. It is all nonsense. It turns out the guy on the side of the road with the magic beans just had 3 beans. And what's happening here is just a colossal scam. And the issue is, like, there are some people out there. I saw a Hank Green video. No shade at Hank Green or anything like that. But I saw one recently where he was talking about how these things can do, like, a reasonable facsimile of work. Except that you need to understand that their ability to do that is highly dependent on having a massive amount of infrastructure that is not making money and is actively burning comically large piles of it every day. Every day that these data centers operate, they are using up so much water, so many resources, poisoning communities, poisoning people and the air and the water, that if they can't turn this technology profitable, it will cease to functionally exist on the scale it currently does. And yeah, no, the guy talking in this video is, you know, evil. He's basically arguing that we should all live in a under constant surveillance by AI because he's genuinely an insane billionaire, because there is something about being a billionaire that puts you so out of touch with normal everyday people that you think, yes, everyone wants to be observed by an AI like surveillance system at all times. This is psychotic? Yeah, no, that's yes. Hachi Boo Boo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. But basically, guys, if they can't make this technology profitable in like the next year, you're going to start seeing a lot of these data centers start closing down because, like, there's just not enough money to keep them open and to keep this technology functional. And that's not to say we wouldn't continue to see generative AI in some form. It's just that it would need to be massively scaled down because there's no way to run it at the scale it currently is without, like, a massive influx of cash. And we're already kind of maxed out at the amount of cash that can be infused into AI tech. God. I think the bubble will burst by May. I mean, like, analysts are saying that at the current rate of investment, like, all investment capital on Earth would need to go into AI to keep it open beyond this summer. And, like, you know, give or take a few months, but, like, it's not, like, they aren't making money off of this. Now, of course, one of the things we have to talk about is that Coca-Cola is trying real hard to make AI a thing. But, like, this is where we're at, right? The largest, most powerful beverage company in the world, or at least one of them, is trying to put out and replace their workers in like their advertising division with AI. They're trying to claim they've cut 60% of their advertising staff. You know, they made this ad with 60% less people involved. And I want you all to watch this. And I want you all to keep in mind that they're trying to build this as a good thing. Here you go.
Tis the season, watch out, look around, something's coming to town, something magic in the night, can you see it shining bright? Always Coca-Cola, holidays refreshments, wine we bring, tis the season, it's always a real thing.
It's so dog shit. Isn't this literally last year's commercial? No, like it was uploaded 2 days ago. Like, not only that, but like people hate it. This feels like a Facebook mum post. Coca-Cola, ChatGPT, create the 2025 Christmas Coca-Cola advert with animals. ChatGPT, can you specify the type of animals? I couldn't care less. Any. Ah, yes, the holiday spirit of firing your employees to produce AI slop. I really miss pre-AI internet. Mr. Krabs has become CEO of the Coca-Cola company, and since he doesn't want to pay a real person for normal advertising, he uses AI instead. The most profitable commercial in Pepsi's history. Like, fucking damn, dude. Can Pepsi please make an ad to roast Coca-Cola? Real magic is when you hire an actual artist with a soul. The fact that it says real magic is hilarious. There's no one even driving the trucks. Nothing says holiday spirit like laying off your whole graphics department in the name of moving forward and pushing the envelope. My favorite part is how the animals can't seem to decide if they want to imitate real life or a cartoon. I never wanted Pepsi so badly in my entire life. Like, the thing is, no one likes this. No one likes this. And honestly, the better people get at discerning what is and is not AI via exposure to AI, the more they hate it. The more they hate it. And, like, what is interesting to me about this is that this is one of the wealthiest companies on the planet. And they can't even make AI palatable to their audience. Right? Like, we're talking like they have an advertising department that I'm sure dwarfs the population of small countries. You know? And they can't do it. Like, this is like number one, it looks like garbage. But even if it didn't look like garbage, the messaging is just garbage. Like, what I really don't want to attribute like the quality of soulfulness to advertising, because advertising is so, you know, false. But I just want you guys to compare that to, say,
With R.T. Larry Ellison, found this.
like this one. This is from 1971.
I'd like to buy the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing. Sing with me. Perfect harmony. Perfect harmony. I'd like to buy the world a coat and keep it company. That's the real thing. I like to teach the world to sing. To perfect harmony. Perfectly. And I'd like to buy the world a coat and keep it company. It's the real thing. What the world wants today. It's the real thing. What the world wants today is the real thing.
Like, they got together, maybe like 100 people to be on camera and sing together. And like, the ethos of that and like the song, there's artistry there. There's artistry, there is messaging.
You know what Coke needs? You and your Johnson.
True, Andrew S. But like, and I'm not here to be like, oh man, Coca-Cola was really a bastion of the arts. But like, in spite of in spite of the corporatism of the fact that it's for an ad, you know, a fundamental human connection shines through that. You know, the desire for a diverse array of people coming together in the midst of the Cold War to like share a drink. You know, like the idea of universal brotherhood. You know, there are ideas at play here. Okay? And when you look at, like, let me replay this godforsaken monstrosity. Actually, I think there was even, yeah, there's actually another one as well. Here, was it? Yeah, here we go. This is a new one from 2 days ago. Just compare it.
Shining bright. Tis the season, it's always Coca-Cola.
Yeah, this is AI. It's disgusting gibberish. It's disgusting gibberish LARPing as a human construct. Also, the one part of this ad that I actually found amusing was specifically this part. Where is it here? Yeah. This scene right here where it looks like this elderly rabbit is in the road and is about to be run over by these cars. And then we see the reverse shot and it's just like, ah, yeah, the sweet release of death. I never wished for life at all. I have been granted life by a cruel and meaningless system, and my job isn't even actually to be alive, but to fake it, to present a falseness of life. Please end me, fake truck. Like, he yearns for the sweet release. And then we never see him again, because nothing matters and it's all bullshit. Like, why is the bunny suicidal? If you existed within this world created by AI, would you not be? Like, there's just nothing is being communicated here other than, like, Coca-Cola. Remember that? Do you remember it? Do you remember all the nostalgia you had for, like, I don't know, like, Coca-Cola ads? Remember that? Remember your childhood? We're just gonna pillage that for the imagery. And oh yeah, we're also gonna combine it with a bunch of stock clips of other people's art, because basically what you're looking at here, folks, is a bunch of plagiarized nonsense thrown together by an AI device. What you're looking at is a bunch of other people's work that has been plagiarized by the plagiarism device and stripped of any of its meaning and then thrown back together into this devoid of any meaning whatsoever. So, you know, that's where we're at with that. And, you know, I think maybe we need to cleanse ourselves with the healing power of song. You know, like, we've had our eyes and ears assaulted here, so let's really do ourselves a favor and maybe take a look at some soothing tunes. Let's take a look at a new band I discovered, titled like from a band titled The Experience. I don't know much about it, but let's preview one of their latest singles here.
Airplanes hit a field, the Pentagon, the Twin Towers.
Oh. Oh no.
Who were the victims on 9/11? Civilian, police, firefighter.
Yeah, no, this is AI. The song and the art, I assume, are both AI. So yeah, that was the newest single from The Experience, titled September 11th, 2001, in parentheses 9/11, the single. And of course that is AI generated, and I've never been so moved. You know, maybe we shouldn't. You know, like, have you ever looked at AI and said, hey, maybe we shouldn't, though? Like, maybe this is a bad idea. If you can't tell, I couldn't sleep last night. Yeah, like, thousands of people died. Thousands of people died, and then some jackass went and typed in, write me a song about 9/11 victims. And it shit it out in half a second. And then they uploaded it onto Apple Music. And now it's just there forever. Like, this doesn't even have the virtue of, like, someone having, like, an idea they want to convey. This is just rampant exploitation of tragedy and death in order to make a quick buck. Like, this, you have to understand, one of the things about content creation when it comes to AI is that AI created content is being created by people en masse in order to hack algorithmic content like delivery. You know, this gets delivered to you, and you make that person, you know, it gets delivered to you, but also it gets delivered to a million other people. And hey, if just a handful of them buy it, guess what? That song made $10 for whoever shat it out of a content generator. And you can just shit out a near infinite amount of this type of shit within a handful of hours. And if one or two people out of the millions that get exposed to each song buy it or spend money on it, or it gets monetized just a fraction of a percent, you stand to make a lot of money off of this. But, like, all of the infrastructure that makes this mass generative AI boom possible is only existent because massive amounts of venture capital think that this is going to, like, replace actual workers, replace actual musicians, replace actual human beings. It's not even buying now. With streaming, you just have to shit out 1,000 songs and you'll get plays. Insane bullshit. None of it is profitable, except to the scam artists who want to use it en masse. Like, there are a tiny handful of people shitting out a massive amount of AI content, and it's specifically designed to make money just if you look at it, just if you happen to see it. It will replace human beings, already is, but you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me if you think that is going to last. The issue is, those companies aren't making money. The companies creating and building the infrastructure for AI aren't making money. And if they can't get the money they need, they're going to fail and shut down. Hence the AI bubble bursting. Exactly, Jem Williams. So, like, you have to understand, this AI depends on the infrastructure. If we don't have the infrastructure, it ceases to function. Now, and if you want to see just where we're at in terms of how cooked things are at the moment in just the political world when it comes to AI, I just want to play you a small snippet of this because it's insane. This was the 2025 Virginia Lieutenant Governor debate, and you might ask, why is debate in air quotes there, Jack? Why are you putting it in air quotes?
AI makes me appreciate Scandinavian songwriter camps. Laurel Barker, I am so sorry for everything I have ever said about you. This is a weird deep doot into Lily lore, and I do apologize.
Well, Lily loves stuff. Thank you for the $5 dono. If the reason debate is in air quotes here from the guy who uploaded it, who is John Reed, who is trying to be trying to be the lieutenant governor of Virginia. He lost, by the way, last night. Is because he couldn't get his opponent to actually debate him. And so this happened. Welcome to the 2025 Virginia Lieutenant Governor Virtual Debate.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us on this unique occasion for an exchange of ideas between the two candidates running to be the next Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. First, the Republican candidate, Mr. John Reed. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Next, the Democrat candidate, State Senator Ghazala Hashmi. Senator Hashmi, are you there?
Good to be here. Thanks so much.
Okay. First, let's get to opening statements, starting with Senator Hashmi.
I'm running to be Virginia's next lieutenant governor because voters need someone who has the experience, knowledge, and ability to fight for Virginians, especially given the chaos coming out of Washington. I have a track record with regard to the issues that Virginians care about: education, healthcare, housing, and opportunity. I am ready to make policy that will make Virginia an example for other states.
Mr. Reed, your response?
Well, it's too bad that Senator Hashmi won't appear for a real debate. If she's not willing to engage in her own campaign for lieutenant governor, I don't know why anybody thinks that she'd be able to fight for anything in Washington, D.C. And indeed, the things that she has fought for in the state Senate are the things that most Virginians don't like keeping the schools closed for an extra year, like pushing for boys and girls sports, advocating for men in women's private spaces, higher taxes, releasing criminals early. Everything that we would identify as a problem in the state of Virginia, Ghazala Hashmi has pushed. Now, you compare that to me.
If you're wondering what's happening here, this man was such a loser that he couldn't get his opponent to show up to a real debate. And rather than, like, I don't know, do an empty chair event with, like, real people in attendance, he sat in a room by himself with, like, a camera and recorded a one-way back and forth with, like, an Alexa, standing in as a moderator and as his debate opponent. He AI generated a facsimile of his opponent in order to debate against it. This is shower thoughts made manifest. And then he looked at it, he had someone on his campaign edit it, and put it up on YouTube. And, like, it is loser shit. But not only that, he loses the debate. Losing a debate against AI is crazy. How do you control everything the moderator and your opponent says and you still lose? Listen, liberal gets bodied by a computer program. Imagine getting cooked by an AI you yourself generated in a situation you completely control. Bro lost to an AI version of his opponent. Congrats on making history. SNL couldn't write a better script. How do you lose to someone who didn't show up? Like,
Simpsons did it.
It's insane. Yeah, he loses it. Now, I don't know that we have the time or inclination to go over this insane nonsense, especially considering the election is now done and his opponent won in the election as well. But, like, if you guys do want to do this at some point in the future, I will cover this entire thing just because it's just such a weird thing to do. It's such an impressive self-own. And I would happily watch the entirety of this debate out of a morbid curiosity. But we'll leave that for a future segment. All I want to put forward here is this, that right now we are in the middle of an unprecedented time where, trillions of dollars has backed this technology, mostly from venture capitalists who have no idea about anything related to technology. They just see it as a way of making a quick buck because they get wowed by all of the tech bro nonsense babble. And so $1 trillion has gone into this. And the only good it seems to be doing in our society is spouting off gibberish onto the internet to profit scammers and scam artists, but also to crap out horrible political campaign moves like this, or to try and replace workers with garbage content that people hate. And it's kind of just bizarre. And yeah, you might notice the trend there isn't good exactly. It's just that's the effect it has. You know?
So went with chosen family to vote on Professor 50 last night, which passed. Celebrating the blue wave. Faith in humanity
yeah.
almost restored.
Well, and that's the thing, because there's a light at the end of this AI tunnel. And that is, this bubble cannot last. Even the folks who are pro-AI, look at the financial information and they go, yeah, it's a bubble, but like, maybe the bubble won't pop this time. Maybe the bubble will just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger forever. And like, that's stupid horse shit. Like, that's just stupid horse shit to get you to be the one holding the bag. I want you to know that their plan is to say stupid horse shit in order to convince you to buy in so that they can sell, and you're left holding one of the biggest financial time bombs in history. So, just letting you know, that's what's happening here. And if you need historical examples of similar things happening, I encourage you all to look into the incident of the South Sea bubble, because we're in a very similar circumstance at this moment. That being said, let's move on. Can't believe someone made a song about 9/11 via AI. Just disgusting. There you have it, folks. Segment done. What's up, Alan Smith? Look up the Dutch tulip craze. Exactly. Also, Extra History has an excellent series on the history of the South Sea bubble, if anyone's looking for a place to start with some accessible infotainment. I have the AI 9/11 song stuck in my head. Boo! I'm buying hundreds of thousands of dollars of puts on the Magnificent Seven AI companies. I'm literally taking out loans to buy these puts. What buying a put means is betting that a stock will crash. Yeah, I am aware. So when the AI bubble does crash, I will make a lot of money. Aren't puts also time locked? Like, it's not like it has to be like you're basically betting on when the bubble bursts. Like, unless you have extra money to spare, I wouldn't roll the dice like that. But it's your money, not financial advice. Now, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Like over on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Well, follow over on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and like on YouTube as well. Do the things that are free and help the channel grow. Comment, share around, do the things, and hit that goddamn button. That like button. I'm gonna be looking at the likes. What is this? How we doing?
Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
Dang, guys.
Goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
There we go. Get ready, folks. We are about to jump into what you have all been requesting this entire time. That's right. The Crashouts section of stream. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Got some roods in the yard? Not yet. Not yet. It's crash out time, baby. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Zohran Mamdani. And it is a good day. We're one day out from our main man winning the New York City mayoral election and, you know, spitting in the face of the establishment, destroying the preconceived notions of the Republican establishment as well. And, oh my God, are people losing their minds? Taxis will be replaced by camels. Women will be forced to cover themselves head to toe. NYPD will be replaced with religious police. All hot dog stands will be replaced with goat meat stands. This is what you voted for. And like, you know, I actually don't recall Mamdani running on the goat meat stands. I am interested to hear more about the goat meat. Because goat meat can be pretty tasty, but what method of preparation are we talking? You know? It's nice to see John Rocker still being very, very racist. Yeah, you know? The sun rises on a new day. You know, like, we got some people here going out and they put out their feelings loud and clear going into the election, and now that Zohran Mamdani has won, the folks who like swore to move or swore to blow their brains out on live TV, thanks Alan Dershowitz, man who's currently embroiled in a dazzlingly complicated pierogi scandal. If none of you have heard anything about Alan Dershowitz, going to war against local pierogi stands, it's maybe one of the greatest legal dramas of our time. Okay? Because I do want to say it's very, very funny. Now, did Alan Dershowitz actually threaten to blow his brains out on live TV? No, he didn't do that. Because again, he was too busy actually suing pierogi vendors. If you think I'm making that part up, though, just Can we just take a look at this? Dershowitz pierogi gate feud with Martha's Vineyard vendor escalates.
2 words, Slavic pierogies.
Threatening legal action against a Martha's Vineyard farmers market vendor who refused him service over the celebrity attorney's past clients. Good pierogi co-owner Krem Miskovich denied the tasty Polish dumpling to Dershowitz because of his representation of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Dershowitz compared the incident to McCarthyism. There was a second confrontation between the pair on Wednesday when Dershowitz returned to Miskovich's stand looking to buy another pierogi. The pierogies were just too good, and he kept trying to go back to buy pierogies, and the owner of Good Pierogies didn't want to sell the goddamn pierogies. This is literally a Seinfeld bit. It's literally... I can't, like, the worst people in the world are angry. Now, let's get to some real reactions, okay? Number one, you have an immediate pivot from the Republican establishment. Here is Mike Johnson earlier today on the steps of the Capitol, trying to smear the Democrats while repositioning Republicans as the reasonable ones in the room.
Berger did very well with the 80% of the healthcare folks.
Wow, the audio is terrible.
But the economy and healthcare are two of the primary issues in the country, clearly, and that's why we are delighted to run on our record. We are addressing that. We are delivering for the people. We are fulfilling our promises.
Basically, reporter asks, with Abigail Spanberger and such winning so commandingly, what do you have to say about that? And dude is talking about how they're happy to run on their record on healthcare and the economy. The economy is doing so shitty. The only reason we are not currently in like a massive recession is because 7 AI companies are generating 40+% of the GDP of our country. Everything else is in the shitter at the moment. And not only that, but they are cutting $1 trillion from Medicaid. And they're trying to destroy Obamacare with no replacement whatsoever. Like, their record is dog shit.
I'm legitimately surprised he didn't respond by saying that he didn't know because he's so very busy.
Genuinely, but also, like, if there was a god that cared about people lying, that god would have smited him down where he stood just then, because, like, he's lying so loudly. Like, well, we're so proud to stand on our record of the two things that are we are absolutely on the record as attacking at the moment. Like, it's just insane gibberish. And by the way, Donald Trump also shaken by election losses is calling for Republicans to end the shutdown.
Last night it was not expected to be a victory. I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. If you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that. And I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends. But I think it's a tremendous mistake, really. It would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court, knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control. They'll pass it first thing. Then it's like, we have to do it first.
We hit some new lows over the week.
Jesus. Jimmy Kimmel, be gone. Be gone, I say. So yeah, Donald Trump is so shaken that, number one, he admits right off the bat that Republicans could end the shutdown if they wanted to. And the suspension of SNAP benefits, all of it is just a show in order to, break the Democrats. Now, Republicans in the Senate don't want to end the filibuster because they know their time in power is coming to an end. They are scared. And they know that the filibuster, when the shoe is on the other foot, is going to be the only thing that they can do to keep Democrats from achieving all of the farther left designs that they might be able to get done. Yet, the party that makes the most use of the filibuster is the Republican Party. It has historically been a tool of the conservative right. And, he's going out there and trying to call for it to be eliminated because he knows they're cooked. Or at least the people around him who actually pay attention and have some level of functioning brains are aware that they're cooked. Unless they cheat by passing all kinds of legislation after getting rid of the filibuster, they're cooked in 2026. Right? And so they're afraid. The scale of the loss is becoming more apparent every damn day. Every damn day. The Democratic Party's blowout wins on Tuesday night underscore a fundamental reality about the Donald Trump era. Anti-Trump politics is affordability politics, and affordability politics is anti-Trump politics. It's not just that there is no need to choose between attacking Trump's lawlessness and addressing the price of eggs in the hackneyed shorthand for costs and inflation. It's that the two missions are inseparable from one another, because Donald Trump is nothing if not the manifestation of the billionaire class consciousness. That's what's happening here. Donald Trump is one of the oligarchs. He's a billionaire who exists to exploit the working class. There's a reason that Zohran Mamdani last night talked about how it's time that we started taking action against the Donald Trumps that run that act as landlords across New York City. It's because Donald Trump and scummy landlord are inseparable concepts. Donald Trump and out of touch oligarch that ruins your life, those are the same thing. And Democrats have for a very long time tried to make a distinction between the two so that they can protect their rich donors. And what the election last night showed is that you can't afford to make that distinction, because making the distinction literally makes people confused about what the problem is. You got some inside scoop on Dems, Dragonfly? Let's hear it. What's up? Last night started things going. I'm not surprised. A lot of Democrats have been crashing out, and I'm sure some also are realizing the need to pivot at this point. The internal Cold War is going hot. Yeah. Because everything that the more conservative faction believed in just got blown the fuck up by Zohran's campaign. I would say by January, it's going to get really, really ugly. Let's go, folks. No one fights dirtier than a worker cornered. Let's go. It's rumbling time. There are conflicts going on at every level of the party. It's good to get that shit figured out before the midterms and definitely before the general. So the sooner the better, I say. With that being said, time to look at some of the crashouts on Zohran Mamdani from conservatives and also from libs who lived too close to the sun, like Deborah Messing, who someone should check on Deborah Messing. Posting things like this. Hope she's okay. Or, hey, here's a memo that Third Way put together, but they clearly wrote it before Zohran Mamdani's win was announced, because they didn't fill in the percentage point of how much Mamdani won by. Mamdani underperformed Harris and every New York City mayor elected in the 21st century. Mamdani is among the greatest underperformers of the century. Early estimates show that Mamdani won X% of the vote, underperforming Kamala Harris's 68% by X points, and garnering less support than any New York City mayor has won in the last 25 years. If the Mamdani brand of politics can't overperform in a place like New York, it certainly won't work in the far more conservative battleground areas, except that, like, Zohran Mamdani won so fucking handily. It's ridiculous. They literally pre-wrote it and forgot to fill in the percentage before publishing. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff from a very serious think tank that unfortunately holds a lot of sway over a lot of Democrats in this country. Third Way Democrats are useless, and I think the attention to detail from Third Way's memos stands out there. Can we also just take a look here? Like, this lady tried to just do I'm coming back to the trans community, welcome me, sisters, and is then back to posting, like, literally minutes later about how, like, America's cooked because New York City elected a Muslim mayor. Like, the fucking bigotry off this bitch is crazy. What is taqiyya? Taqiyya is a concept in Islam that essentially allows one to conceal their faith to protect themselves from danger. So she's basically trying to say that Zohran hid his Muslimness despite it being a cornerstone of his campaign. Like, I genuinely, yeah, it's just a shorthand of her saying he's gonna do 9/12. You know, it's just, oh yeah, he's sneaky and duplicitous and gonna do a terrorism against New York City. So, you know, whatever. The Crashouts are just insane. Not to mention the fact that, you know, you all remember Bill Ackman, the billionaire who funded Andrew Cuomo's entire campaign? All of his rich friends are telling him that he's like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction because he congratulated Zohran Mamdani on his win. Like, that's where we're at right now, guys. We are at, like, the oligarchs are all making fun of each other for like, oh, look at that guy, he showed basic good sportsmanship. New York City business power broker Catherine Wild called Ackman's olive branch ridiculous, saying he was merely trying to justify a failed investment. Having railed against Mamdani for months, literally to now turn around and say he's happy to help. I mean, really?
Is Bill Ackman related to Huge?
I don't think so. He's trying to make news out of raising the white flag, and it gets him all the attention. Cliff Asness, which, damn, what a name, the billionaire boss of AQR Capital Management, likewise ripped Ackman's Mamdani overture as gimp-like. He also questions Ackman's self-awareness, citing Ackman's past criticism of Mamdani's refusal to condemn Hamas in the wake of its October 7th attacks on Israel. Which, I do want to mention, Zohran has condemned Hamas for its attacks on civilians. Like, he has a consistent moral framework. Also, remember how we just did a segment talking about, like, managers of, like, venture capital firms that don't know anything about tech, but are very rich and just willing to throw their money into blenders in order to, like, support AI and such? When we're talking about these billionaire friends of Bill Ackman, you know, the billionaire boss of AQR Capital Management, this is the kind of guy I'm talking about, you know? These are the kinds of guys who don't know shit about shit and are willing to throw billions of dollars into a harebrained scheme to potentially, on the off chance, become a trillionaire, you know? But this might be the best one. This might genuinely be the best one. And I want to preface this by saying, I rarely expect to see genuine emotion when I take a look at Fox News. But this is maybe one of the most incredible things I've ever seen from Sean Hannity. Let's take a look.
Joining me now from the free state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, my governor.
They are, at the moment, getting results on New York City's mayoral election.
Okay, I'm literally in tears. I'm having a hard time keeping a straight face, only for this reason. I have really funny friends, and my funny friends are sending me, one is a meme of the Statue of Liberty, you know, sitting down, smoking a cigarette. F it, I'm going to move to Florida. The other one has a picture of Mamdani, and it says, Realtor of the Year in the state of Florida. It's cracking me up.
Well, first, Sean, I'm glad you cleared up that you're not going to Ireland, because if it was a trade where Florida had to give up Hannity in exchange for Rosie O'Donnell, I would veto that trade on behalf of this free state of Florida. Don't you worry about that. Listen.
He's just, like, sobbing in the background.
I'm grateful I have a good governor.
There you go. This is a guy,
you can hear him sniffling.
Mamdani, he wants to take down the Columbus statue. I've already said, if they take that from Manhattan, we'll take it in Florida. Hey, if they want to put the Statue of Liberty in Lake Okeechobee, we'll get that done as well. But
why would you guys want the Statue of Liberty in Florida? You guys hate that fucking statue. Like, that statue is the epitome of these kids would be mad if they could read. That King of the Hill meme, because, like, you guys love the Statue of Liberty right up until you see what's engraved on it.
I think he's going to win, and I think it's an incredible act of ballistic podiatry, shooting yourself in the foot by New York City voters. I mean, this is a guy who does embrace Marxist economics. He claims he's going to lower everyone's costs by having the government.
Why Sliwa got the hat on? He's always got the hat on. it is abnormal for him not to wear it.
Run grocery stores, and the only people that
When is the next time Hannity's on screen here? Is it not for the entire rest of this? Oh, okay, here it is.
250,000 people left the state of New Jersey. That is a math problem. And I mean this sincerely. I wanted Mamdani to lose for my friends that remain in New York. I wanted Chitterelli to win. I don't know if you know this, but I went up and I did a town hall. Polls showed that he had a shot. I wanted to give him an opportunity to make his case. But math does not lie. Losing 250,000 residents in the last 3 years from his last election, that is an overwhelming number. Can you explain to the country exactly how profound mass migration has been out of states like New York and New Jersey and Illinois and even California, and what a...
Yeah, but the people moving are poor working class people because they can't afford to live there anymore. Not the flight of billionaires or millionaires.
Positive impact it's having on states like Florida, Texas, the Carolinas, Tennessee.
Does he get it back under control by the end of this here?
Street South is real. Every investment firm, every big bank, every private equity firm, they are all down in Florida. Anyway, Governor DeSantis, thank
Flee! Flee for your lives! There's no other place you can exist. You must flee to Florida. The Mamdacalypse is upon us. I can't. I can't, dude. It's so silly. Also, can we just briefly, I have no intention of watching, again, an entire Ben Shapiro episode here, but this is delicious.
Well, we're here. Zohran.
Well, we're here.
Mamdani, the new mayor of New York, Abigail Spanberger, the governor-elect of Virginia, Mikey Sherrill, the governor-elect in New Jersey. We'll go through all the results, what it means for the country, and that shocking socialist speech from Zohran Mamdani last night. First, you may know, here at the Daily Wire, we don't always agree, actually. Friendly Fire is the show where Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Andrew Klavan, and I get together to disagree live for the entire internet to see and...
God, that sounds so miserable. Let's fabricate disagreements amongst each other so, we don't accidentally hire someone like Candace Owens ever again, who's just going to go full anti-Semite.
Comment on what could possibly go wrong. Well, a new episode of Friendly Fire premieres in 2 weeks on Daily Wire Plus. And this time, we're also going to world premiere the official trailer for the Pendragon Cycle, The Rise of the
Oh, shit. The Pendragon Cycle. I genuinely didn't think that would ever get released. I can't wait to see what a piece of shit that is. Because you all know there's no shot they made something good or interesting there.
And only on Friendly Fire, November 19th, 7 p.m. Eastern on Daily Wire Plus. You did it! You really finally did it, you maniacs! You blew it up! Damn you! Well, I mean, the statue...
Ben, are you making a reference to a movie from 60 years ago? What was that bit? That was from Planet of the Apes.
Statue of Liberty, we're in New York, and the Statue of Liberty is half buried in sand now, and Charlton Heston is just yelling at it because of what New York City just decided to do, which was by an overwhelming margin, actually.
Yeah, yes, the election of Zohran Mamdani, exactly the same scenario that took place in the hit cinematic film Planet of the Apes.
Hand over the financial center of planet Earth to a Marxist pro-jihadist named Zohran Mamdani, who has never...
Why, like, we are less than a minute into him actually talking about this topic, and, like, he's already lying. Like, that's how desperate they are to smear Zohran Mamdani. They can't talk about him like a normal guy. Instead, they have to be like, yes, he wants to wage a holy war against Christians in New York City. And, like, that's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like, where are you getting that from?
Held a real job. And, it's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for them. According to the New York Times, Mamdani, riding a historic surge of enthusiasm as the nation's largest city, embraced generational and ideological change.
But I guess, don't expect the guy who wrote about how, Arabs want to bomb shit and live in sewage. Don't expect him to suddenly not be racist, I suppose.
Well done, New York Times. Was elected New York's 111th mayor. The results were evident very early on in the night. It took about 35 minutes for the AP to call the race. Mamdani received 1.1 million people, I believe, voting for him. The turnout yesterday was extraordinarily high. His nearest competitor, Andrew Cuomo, who ran at best a somnambulant race, sleepwalking his way through the race. It seemed to be a sense of entitlement for Andrew Cuomo, running in the primaries and then running in the general. He was unable to win the race because of enthusiasm for Mamdani, yes, but also because of wild lack of enthusiasm for Andrew Cuomo, which was quite real.
I wouldn't even describe it as a lack of enthusiasm because people hate that guy. He had to step down from his previous position because he was sexually harassing people.
The Mamdani vote was not enough to overcome the pro-Mamdani vote, given the shortcomings of the other candidates, ranging from Eric Adams to Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani's coalition, which we'll get to in a little bit here, was an unusual coalition, to say the least, and he is not hiding the ball. He intends on major change in America's financial center, and indeed the financial center of planet Earth. He intends a new system that is going to destroy capitalism. Now, will he actually be able to accomplish that? There are some checks on him. He's got a 51-member city council that he has to run things by, and many of the promises that he has made are third-grade running for school president promises. Free ice cream.
Well, no, actually, they're things that other cities and states around the country already have. They're very reasonable asks that would have immediate benefit to working people's lives in New York City. I'm sorry, if New Mexico can get free childcare across the entire state, New York City can get free childcare in their city. If it's the financial hub of the world, they should be able to afford it.
For everybody and no homework was basically his campaign. That if he said affordability over and over and over, and then if he just threw out a bunch of random things that he will never be able to do, then he would be elected mayor, and it worked.
Also, there are states across the country that have free buses. Free buses, not unprecedented. Rent freezes, not unprecedented. Free childcare, not unprecedented. Every single one of his promises is extraordinarily doable.
It worked. We now live in a political era characterized on both sides by people accurately diagnosing problems and then not accurately diagnosing any solutions and saying, if you give me ultimate power, I will solve it for you.
Well, he actually has pretty well-articulated plans for doing these things.
And it never works, and then we swivel to the other side, and then we swivel back to the first side, and that seems to be these
taxing people in order to provide more goods and services from the government? It'll never work! Why, you think you can just tax the rich and build more roadways and keep up bridges more effectively? What is this, Candyland?
Cycle that we are in currently. I want to get more into Mamdani in a moment, but I first want to explain to you the rest of the news that happened last night. Abigail Spanberger also won.
Now, tell us more about Mamdani.
Jersey. Not a gigantic shock because there are almost 900,000 more registered Democrats in New Jersey. Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the Democrat, where they think we are and how much they truly, truly despise status quo of America and America historically. So here he was leading off with a quote from, again, a socialist, Eugene V. Debs.
Hell yeah. Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Huh. You mean you want humanity to experience a better dawn? Better by what metric? This pie in the sky point of comparison. It doesn't make any sense. What? The dawn of a new day? Well, why are you awake so early, huh? What crimes are you doing in the early morning that you can see the sunrise? Huh? Checkmate.
Okay, so a dawn for a better day for humanity. Again, there's that Marxist language right off the bat. So,
oh, better day for humanity? Look at this degenerate language. Like, come on, dude. Come on. Like, the crash out is so real from these clowns. Huh. You wanna have a better day tomorrow? Huh. What socialist language are you using? Huh? Something better? No. Nothing better is possible. You're supposed to subject yourself to daily misery day in and day out until you die. Okay? That's what real world work is. Anything other than that, if you seek to improve your station whatsoever, you are, in fact, a Marxist, communist, Nazi, fascist.
Barack Obama also had this transformational language as though the hearts of man were going to be changed, like the prophets. We're going to remove the heart of stone and replace it with the heart of flesh. Okay, this has always been the Marxist idea. The Marxist idea is that humanity is fundamentally changeable if you change the economic system.
No. Okay, I'm a socialist, right? Like, I believe that workers should democratically run and own their workplaces. The idea that, like, human nature itself changes in different economic systems, no. It doesn't.
For a moment there I thought I heard two Ben Shapiros and I almost stabbed my ears.
I'm so sorry, it's me, Bingo. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. But what is the case is that human behavior changes in different economic systems. Because different behaviors are incentivized in different economic systems. That's, like, I don't know how much more simple I can make that idea, but my fundamental premise, along the same lines as Marx, by the way, is that we should seek to live within a framework of democracy. We should seek to be able to govern democratically and submit to no authoritarian, and we should seek to run our lives democratically, submitting to no arbitrary authority. And what method do we have to not have, the whims of fate dictating who is in authority over us? It's called democracy. It's democracy.
I know you're trying to talk slow and clearly, but I think you lost Bennett, human.
I probably did. But the point being that socialism, communism, Marx, it is predicated on workers democratically coming together to own and cooperatively run the capital, their place of work, the factory, as it were. And dude is just saying, like, you think human nature will change if workers live in a democracy versus living in a totalitarian system? Well, human beings are human beings, whatever system they're in. It's like, well, but we're not talking about, like, the nature of the human soul. We're talking about, like, how people, like, behave. We're talking about how people make their decisions on an everyday basis. We're talking about the power structures folks exist in their workplace and in society at large. And, like, living in a democracy is preferable to living under an authoritarian or a sovereign dictated by bloodlines. Democracy is preferable to those systems. And in a similar way, democracy in the workplace is preferable to the totalitarian role of, privately owned capital. Like, in the case of privately owned capital, you're placing the majority of your life at the whims of someone who just happens to own something. And by owning that thing, they profit off of your labor. They take the full value of what you produce in the factory, and then they hand you a wage, and then they take all of the excess value and keep it for themselves. That's the basic concept. That's where these companies get their profit. That's where these, CEOs get their payments and their bonuses. And you can even see there's an expansion of that, right? Like with businesses being owned by not just one person, but by, investors. But those investors don't work in the workplace. The people making the decisions about how to prioritize what to prioritize, whether it's workplace safety or whatnot, they aren't the folks who are actually working in the factory. That's why, again, workplace safety doesn't get prioritized very much by these large companies. It's because workers aren't making those decisions, investors are. And the investors prioritize profit above all else. So, all that to say, Ben Shapiro's already, fundamentally wrong. And I want to reiterate, this guy was once called the cool kids philosopher. But you want to improve on feudalism with democracy? That's some dangerous revolutionary language there, friend.
The sort of religious, traditional, biblical idea is that, nope, humanity is what humanity is. Humanity is what humanity was. Humanity does not fundamentally change. You can change yourself.
What's great about this is that, Ben Shapiro, wrote an entire book about how the importance of, Athens and Jerusalem, and the role of those two cities in changing and shaping human history and governance. And to be saying this shit, it just flies in the face of his own previously stated premises.
If you take on certain actions, or if you accept certain things into your life, but humanity itself.
Exactly, Coder Joe. OSHA regulations are written in blood because the companies didn't care about safety. Yep.
Is not changing. The Marxist idea is that all the evils of humanity are created by the economic system, and so if you change your systems, then there will be a better day for humanity. Not just for New York, but humans will change. Okay, he then continues by posing a false dichotomy in which he suggests that the wealthy and powerful in New York have been controlling. I just have a question for a moment. Just one question. The mayor of New York was Bill de Blasio, who was basically a communist not very long ago. Eric Adams can hardly be said to be a scion of Milton Friedman or Frederick von Hayek. New York City has not been the preserve of the dominant elite financial class in terms of governance for quite a while here. And in fact, the history of New York City is very much a sort of class warfare zone. The 60s and 70s, under, for example, John Lindsay, they turned into a class warfare zone.
Yeah. Who's the one pursuing the class warfare, though? Just out of curiosity, what small group, when talking about class warfare, stands to gain from
Socialism is great until you run out of someone else's money. That's interesting, because the capitalist class ran the working class out of money. We're just saying it's your turn to pay.
Exactly. It's me, Bingo, and thank you for the $10 super chat. But the capitalists in the class warfare equation stand to gain the most. It's why they spend billions of dollars on lobbying and buying political favors. The entire premise here is that the class warfare is workers demanding livable wages and billionaires demanding everything. Like, the fundamental dichotomy here is that billionaires have denied working class people the ability to subsist. It's why Walmart, one of the most profitable companies in the United States, with one of the wealthiest families in the United States running it, has its everyday workforce on government assistance. They don't pay their workers enough to eat. They don't pay their workers enough to pay rent. And instead, their workers need to subsist via government subsidy. The government effectively turns taxpayer money into a direct subsidy for the Walmart Corporation as a favor to the billionaire owners of Walmart. So that Walmart doesn't have to pay its workers a living wage. And the class warfare that exists right now is is essentially folks who are on Walmart wages saying, we need more money in order to continue to live. And on the other hand, on the other end of that equation, you have the Walton family saying, we would like our 67th mansion and a super yacht that has 3 other smaller yachts inside of it. You know, Jeff Bezos got that yacht that has 1 smaller yacht inside of it. We need a yacht that has 3 yachts inside of it. Like, that's the kind of class warfare we're talking about. And the billionaires that live in New York City have attempted to buy New York City. They have attempted to build a machine. And that machine was in part fostered by Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo, like, had an insider centrist gang of centrist Democrats effectively trying to stymie and block any kind of progressive legislation that would result in billionaires paying their fair share in the city. He did a lot of tricky stuff in order to, like, move money around and, like, defund the subway system, for example. And that's just one small example of that. But Ben Shapiro's like, well, you know, Bill de Blasio, though. Bill de Blasio, though. It's like, it's almost like, I don't know, politics involves more players than the mayor of New York City. And that's part of the reason why Zohran Mamdani is such a threat to the entrenched power structures. It's because he ran a campaign that recognizes that the mayor of New York City needs to also be doing outreach in Albany, needs to also be doing outreach in the capital of the state to get state-level lawmakers on their side and to get, like, the governor on their side. And he did it. He did those things, and that presents him with a lot more power, shattering the pre-existing coalition against progressive policies.
That's just a reality. So Zohran Mamdani is saying something deeply ahistorical and also untrue, and it is all about this idea.
It's only deeply ahistorical and untrue if you deliberately misconstrue what he's saying.
That there is some sort of perverse, manipulative class that is interested in stealing money from the pockets of the working folks. Again, he wasn't.
Why that fair? And it's not our money. They don't have to pay more because they're successful. We live in a democracy. We live in a democracy where we all pay taxes, and it's absurd that the working class pays more of a percentage of their paycheck than billionaires do. You look at the current taxation system and you think it's fair that, like, the poorest people in our society pay more of their, like, meager incomes in taxes than the wealthiest 0.1% of our among us? No, that's not fair. Like, the folks who whine about it not being fair, oh, it's their money. We live in a society with each other. We live in society with each other. We live in not just a society, we live within a democracy. A democracy is designed to serve the people, not the oligarchs. And you need to understand, unless you're an oligarch, democracies are not made to serve the rich and the powerful. They are made to serve us, the people. It's why our founding documents say we the people and not we the rich. We the millionaires and billionaires. It doesn't fucking say that. Not now, and it never has. And it never fucking will, as long as people who value freedom and liberty still draw breath in this land.
The ball here.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor.
No, they literally don't pay a larger percentage of their income, Ryan. They don't. The wealthy don't pay a larger percentage of their income. You can look it up. You can look it up. Well, for one thing, why is the Social Security income tax capped? Why is it that a billionaire pays into Social Security the same amount as someone who makes, $200,000? It's because billionaires don't pay the same percentage that the rest of us do. Most of them use tax loopholes and pay nothing. There are years where you have paid more in taxes than the richest motherfuckers on the planet who live in this country. I paid $125,888 in taxes this year. That's more than 100 families. You know what? My position is you should pay more in taxes. And I think I can probably get together a larger coalition of people in this country who agree with me, rather than you can get together that agree with you. Sorry. You want to live in a nation with clean streets, with functional bridges, with working fire departments, with low crime rates, with affordable groceries, healthcare, etc. You're going to have to pay your fair share, Ryan. No more mooching off the rest of us. Which is, let me be clear, exactly what you're doing.
Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months...
Also, I'm sorry, if your finances can't afford an extra 2% in taxes as a very wealthy person, you need a new accountant.
You have dared to reach for something greater.
Jack gotta move to an EU country for those goodies? Nah, just gotta win the class war here.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Again, this is the kind of stuff that excites progressives. It also is almost a direct quote from Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, which was half the speech. It belongs to...
Did you know that makes you a utilitarian, and that means you align with villains like Thanos from Infinity War? Did you ever consider that? We have devolved into, that sounds like what a villain might say in a fictional movie.
Do you? The people. And then he went on to basically stab Andrew Cuomo in the face. I mean, again, typically in politics, magnanimity in victory is a pretty nice traditional way of doing things. No magnanimity happening right here from Zohran Mamdani toward Andrew Cuomo.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight Tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons.
Yeah, a moment of silence for the super rich who will finally be paying 2% more in taxes in order to benefit the vast majority of New Yorkers. A moment of silence for the 2% loss of their income in exchange for working people of New York City to be able to continue to go to work instead of needing to have one of the working pair stay home to do childcare. A moment of silence for the 2% loss of profit that the ultra wealthy will experience so that New Yorkers can ride the bus for free in order to get to work for said ultra rich. A moment of silence for the 2% loss of income that will result from, the childcare passing that, will allow, again, two fully grown and educated adults to go to work instead of just one. A moment of silence for the 2% increase in taxation that will go towards opening self-sufficient grocery stores that don't need to run at a profit so that working class people can get food in their neighborhoods that doesn't bankrupt them and doesn't kill them slowly. It's truly a crime against the ultra rich that they are forced to live in such a dystopian world where they are asked to make the ultimate sacrifice of 2% of their income. Truly, a more just world would be for folks not to be able to get to their jobs and need to commute hours in order to make it into the heart of the city. Truly, it would be a massive loss for them to pay 2% of their income so that others in their community aren't languishing in hunger and financial destitution. It's heartbreaking to see the rich of New York being treated so poorly.
The capital class would bring back company towns if they could. Also, in honor of the stream and because it's the best band name ever, I've changed my majority report I am name to Sliva and the Ratman.
Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono and for the tribute to my my silly little bit. I appreciate both. Also, Next Demise, thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated.
The many and answers only to the few.
I don't know why 2 alerts played, but let me know if for some reason 2 went through and I can refund you that second one.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that.
So, I mean, first of all, put aside the absolute kind of jackassery of let this be the final time we utter the name and may he be banished to the forbidden zone.
Why? It's such a great insult to vow to never say a man's name again. It's a pretty classy slap in the face. I'm not gonna lie.
Ridiculous kind of stuff. But then, when he says that there's a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that, this is the thing that drives me absolutely up a wall about the way that we do politics in this country again. All of his plans are trash. I mean, really bad.
Yeah. What kind of financial benefit could there be in making sure working people can get to their job and are free to continue to be employed rather than doing childcare? What possible economic benefits could there directly be that are blaringly obvious to every single person who takes half a second to consider the question? Gee whiz, what kind? I just can't think. I can't think of any benefits for people having good quality food that's being made available at cost rather than at a profit in places where there aren't any grocery stores. Gee, wait a minute. Do you think that maybe by making high quality food available in food deserts, that might improve the health outcomes of people who live in said areas? Because instead of buying, a Big Mac, they can instead buy healthy food that otherwise they would have had to, I don't know, go an hour or two out of their way to get. Something they don't have the time for if they are employed full time. It kind of seems like that would have a numerous downstream benefits of having healthier people, more free to do work, and more enabled to get to their workplaces. Gee, I just can't think of any of the economic benefits that might flow from that. No, it's truly a crazy pipe dream.
He says that there's a mandate for change. There's always a mandate for change. That's literally what elections are. They are a mandate for change.
Yeah. An election is a mandate for change. Don't look at the results of the election to gauge the strength of the mandate. Just every election is an equal mandate for change.
When there's a party change, when there's a person who changes, it's a mandate for change. But the question is, a mandate for what? If the idea is there's a mandate,
and I do want to make a point here, which is that in this particular circumstance, there isn't a mandate. There's a mandate. Or mom date? Mom date.
In New York City.
Damn it.
For him to hem in the police in favor of social workers, or for free buses. As I said on CNN's live stream last night, I'm very much looking forward to never having to pay for a hotel again in New York City. I'm just going to ride the buses around. I'll just get on. They're free.
Fuck, please. Ben Shapiro, please stream yourself doing that. For the love of God, I want Ben Shapiro. Okay. My challenge to Ben Shapiro. Ben, I want you to do that. Next time you are in New York City, and after Zohran Mamdani has made the buses free, I challenge you to, instead of getting a hotel room, ride around on a bus for free instead of getting a hotel room for the duration of your stay. I would love that. That is content, baby. I know the Daily Wire is struggling. He could make an entire media event of it. I would love to see that, because the idea of Ben Shapiro being able to stand being around a wide variety of different New Yorkers for any length of time is genuinely not imaginable. Like, this man is afraid to get on the subway. You think he's gonna get on a city bus? Nah, dog.
They can't kick me off. Why the hell not? As long as I don't get stabbed in the face, which may very well happen in a city of New York governed by Zohran Mamdani, who...
Why would anyone stab you in the face? When people make buses free, violence on buses goes down.
Thinks that the police are inhibitors of human freedom. It's pretty incredible. Okay, he continued by talking about the people he thinks were forgotten. And you'll notice the coalition again. Zohran Mamdani believes
ever since the subway sandwich hero in DC threw a sandwich at that ICE officer, Ben Shapiro's never been able to look at a footlong the same way. Every single one of them might be a weapon in disguise.
Believes that his coalition is new immigrants to New York City who have been culturally dispossessed in some way by, I suppose, the great white superstructure.
You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will...
Yeah, like Asmodeus, Deviluke having been to New York City and ridden the subway, like, I completely understand the appeal. The subway was clean. It was like no one bothered me. I was able to use it like very easily to get around. I was able to just ride it for like 20, 30 minutes and get where I wanted to go without a car. And like no one hassled me. People left me alone, minded their own business, and like I was able to go around and do all kinds of things again without needing a car. It was some of the coolest stuff. Like, I come from Minnesota, where you basically need a car in order to get anywhere outside of the Twin Cities metro area. And there's a lot of stuff out there that you need to get to, you know, doctor's appointments, whatever. And like, but you can do everything on foot in New York City. It's incredible. Like, the subway system and the buses are genuinely amazing.
Fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Oh, is Ben Shapiro going to say that he spoke another language? It's scary.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
Hell yeah.
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses.
Hell yeah.
Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties.
Hell yeah. Imagine playing clips from this and trying to make it seem like the most charismatic politician of our time is actually a violent, bloodthirsty jihadist, while he's just smiling and being like, "We value our Senegalese taxi drivers, yay!" And like, it's genuinely insane to me because this guy's one of the few politicians that I could see unironically, like, just being in a Muppet movie. Kind of like how Michael Caine is like a human being in a Muppet world, in A Muppet Christmas Carol. I can envision Zohran Mamdani as basically being the main character of some kind of Muppet-based narrative. And like, it's really hard to make him look like the bad guy here. As in, he's just such a good person. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Can you imagine Andrew Cuomo in a Muppet movie? No, you can't. And you know that if he was, he'd do something inappropriate to those puppets.
Yes, aunties.
Yeah, and that yes, auntie's line was a nod to the fact that he said that his auntie, who was not in fact his aunt, was victimized by 9/11 because people gave her...
Yeah, holy shit. Get Zohran Mamdani on Sesame Street yesterday.
Nasty looks on the subway, supposedly in a completely non-confirmable story. Notice the litany there. Again, who's not included? Who's not included? Native-born New Yorkers, right? That's not included. White people of any stripe, not included.
Yeah, you didn't list literally every kind of person that exists in New York City, so you are clearly trying to destroy the city from within. Ben Shapiro is such a little dork. Why didn't you say white people? Why didn't you mention Albanians? Huh? What? Where was your shout out to the people of Rojava? Huh? Why didn't you talk about the plight of the white South Afrikaners? Huh? You didn't mention any of them, and I'm sure there are some in New York City. What about people from Kentucky? You didn't mention them either. Do you just think people from Kentucky should die, Zohran Mamdani? Clearly you do, because you didn't mention them in your speech. Like, this is the level of bad faith Ben Shapiro has to operate on in order to try and make Zohran Mamdani seem like a bad guy.
And that's the cool...
This frame makes him look like such a smarmy little man. Well, because he is. He's both little in stature and little in soul. and appearance. You know, like he's just, his aura is small, his frame is small, his vision is small. He is a man blighted by smallness. But most of all, it is his heart that is small.
That he sees as his coalition, pretty clearly.
Zohran Mamdani, why didn't you give a shout out in your speech to failed screenwriters? I felt personally called out by that. I have at least 6 scripts, and I'll have you know that I am producing all of them right now, and we need money at the Daily Wire, and the 2% tax that you are trying to levy will actually kill the production of all of our films. And I need this. I need this. I need this. Please don't.
And again, the sort of drama with which he infuses his own candidacy, that basically this is the dispossessed of the earth. Frantz Fanon's wretched of the earth, who are now taking power in New York. I mean, it infuses everything that he is saying here.
Yes, the wretched of the earth are taking power in New York. Hey, what's written on the Statue of Liberty again? Just out of curiosity here. Statue of Liberty poem? What is that? The New Colossus? Let's see here. What is it? Let's see. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land, here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome, her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. But again, the Ben Shapiros of the world are too small to read such a message engraved upon the Statue of Liberty. They're too small to conceive it. Too small to believe it.
He continued.
Now I know that I have...
What was that from? It's literally engraved on the Statue of Liberty.
Asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls, but I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know.
Again, that's a reference, I assume, to BLM and the idea that we can't breathe and all the rest of this kind of stuff. Again, the idea is...
I actually am not entirely sure that that is actually a reference to BLM. It might be, but I think that he's clipping it out of context. Like what?
That there is a perennial underclass in America, and now he has liberated them. We have liberated them to take over the city. If you're a business owner, man, you should be running for the hills. If you're a person who pays taxes in the city, you should be scared out of your mind, truly. In fact,
yeah, you might be expected to pay an extra 2% in taxes to make buses free. And the thought should terrify you. You should shit yourself. You should evacuate both your bowels and your bladder. You should just be like preemptively rigor mortising yourself, okay? There's nothing you can do. The mom dominating, you've been mom dominated. Nailed it. In
fact, I asked our friends and sponsors at Comet, which is a project of Perplexity, please provide me a chart of percentage of total taxes in New York City paid by tax bracket.
Jesus Christ. I asked an AI to give me a chart. I'm not actually going to bother checking where the information comes from or any of the sources. I'm just going to have an AI feed me the facts. that are convenient for my narrative. The 2% on my $800,000 a year. Malachi, it's not even 2%. I should be clear, it's not even like a 2% tax on $800,000. It would be a 2% tax, additional 2% tax on every dollar made over like $1 million. Like it's a tax bracket based tax. God, it's so silly. None of these people understand tax brackets. Anyway, I think you guys get it. Like, Ben Shapiro's having just a completely insane crash out. Meanwhile, Zohran Mamdani's already doing mayor shit. He's already at work. Here he is speaking the day after, earlier today. He's being asked about ICE agents.
My message to ICE agents and to everyone across this city is that everyone will be held to the same standard of the law. If you violate the law, you must be held accountable. And there is sadly a sense that is growing across this country that certain people are allowed to violate that law, whether they be the president or whether they be the agents themselves. And what New Yorkers are looking for is an era of consistency, an era of clarity, an era of conviction. And that is what we will deliver to them. And I am looking forward to having conversations with Mayor Adams and his administration about the work of the transition.
Is that Lena Khan? Yes, Lena Khan is part of his transition team, and well, fingers crossed, might be working for him. We'll see. I know she's working for him right now, but I mean working for him on a more permanent basis.
To ensure that the handover is a seamless one, and that it is one that benefits the shared work we all have to deliver for the people who call the city home. Thank you.
Honestly, just king shit. Who is Lena Khan? She was one of the people working under Biden that folks were most excited about. Let me pull up a picture here. Yeah, she was the commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission under Biden, and she did a really fucking good job. FTC. Yeah, she was holding like big business to account. You might recognize her if I pull up the picture. Twitter does not load anymore for me. Let's just take a look here. There we go. Here's her Wikipedia picture. She's very talented. She's done some great work, and she's been low key kind of going around doing stuff behind the scenes since the Biden administration, and it's not surprising that she wound up with Zohran's campaign. So anyway, very cool person. Very. I'm excited to see what she does. You know. All of that being said, what else is happening in this country? You know, what else happened yesterday? Because obviously conservatives are crashing out, but like, why are they crashing out in so many other places beyond New York City? Well, part of it is because of stuff like this. Now, this is an election that occurred yesterday in Tarrant County. Now, you'll notice that the Democratic candidate here got 44.12% of the vote. And well, that's pretty interesting considering that Donald Trump won that county by 18 points. That district in Texas went to Trump by 18 points a year ago. And it is now electing a Democrat. Or rather, it is I think there's like a runoff election. I'm not exactly sure. It might be concluded. I don't have updates on the district. That being said, understand that the two other candidates in this race spent $4 million in order to try to win this 18 plus Trump district. How much do you think the Democrats spent? How much do you think Taylor Remmitt spent? Anyone want to take a guess? The Remmitt campaign spent what compared to the $4 million of his opponents? A few thousand? The Remmitt campaign spent $68,000. To put that in perspective here, we're talking like $1.16 per vote for the Remmitt campaign versus the Huffman campaign spent $167 per vote. We're talking that per vote dollar amount, Republicans had to spend 167 times more. And they are still having to fight for their lives in a runoff. Understand that what we're seeing right now is like Republicans are having to fight for their lives in what would typically be considered extraordinarily safe Republican districts. So understand that we are currently at a point where Republicans are trying to gerrymander their states and make slimmer and slimmer majorities in their districts, right? What that means is the traditional wisdom of what is and is not a safe conservative county or seat has been shattered. And Republicans across the country today are now looking at each other and thinking, did we just fuck ourselves? Because the entire premise of gerrymandering is that you spread out your supporters so that you can claim victory in more seats. But if you spread them out too thin, guess what? You're fucked if enough people in your district flip on you or change their minds or get fucked over by the economic policies of a dementia-addled president. Yeah, they may have gerrymandered too close to the sun, indeed. Yeah, Kansas backed off their redistricting plans because of this. Republicans in Kansas aren't going forward with their attempt to gerrymander because the margins would be too slim to count on their seats. So it backfired on them? It is backfiring on them, though some states have already done the gerrymandering and now are stuck with what they have done. So we're going to see how things go, but I want you all to sit with the information that this is an off election year. This isn't a midterm. And I want you all to remember, a lot of people, they don't check in. You know, the normies of the world generally aren't paying attention to off-year elections. Hell, normies aren't typically paying attention to midterm elections. Most normies in America have typically only ever turned out for the general. We are living in an unprecedented time of people paying attention to politics and acting accordingly. And that is catching a lot of establishment politicians, both Democrat and Republican, on their off foot. Because they weren't expecting people to show up. They weren't and now they're if this is how many people show up in an off year, how many people are going to show up next year? And the year after that? And then for the general? Things start to look a lot less safe for conservatives politically. And that means that they have to actually reconsider the authoritarian and fascistic policies that they have been gleefully embracing for the past several months. Longer than that, really. The issue is, a lot of those policies are already baked in. A lot of them are already happening. A lot of those cuts are already baked in as well. And what that means is that a lot of these conservatives are panicking today. How do you walk that back, though? You can't, really. You can maybe say, well, we can't go farther than this, because there are going to be repercussions. There's going to be accountability. Do you think we'll get Blexis and Blanzis in 2026? No. But I'm happy to be surprised if we do. So that is why conservatives are panicking en masse today. And it is a good day to win. So, all that being said, hope you enjoyed this. I certainly have. And drink deep of the hope today, friends. Let it fuel you. Let it spur you to further action. If you are feeling inspired, please consider joining our Discord. ! Discord in any of the chats. You get a link to join. Click it. You'll go right through. And if you want to join DSA and get involved locally with DSA, reach out via Discord to Gamergy. And if you want to engage and radicalize your local Democrats to better policies and help them become effective and for the people, you can reach out to Dragonfly. Both of them will be happy to help you get started, happy to give you advice. And there are also channels in the Discord for you to connect with other folks who have already taken those steps. And I do encourage you to use them. So, that being said, let's keep going. Whatever happened to Beto? Beto's doing a lot of shit, you know? I know the internal on the Dem Party, there's no real appetite for Newsom. It's not going to prevent him from trying, but, like, God, Gavin Newsom's a ghoul. Didn't Beto lib out? Yeah, of course. Well, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the stream on YouTube. Do the things. Click the free buttons that help the show. Comment, subscribe, share. Do the things. We have a little ditty to let you know what to do. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the And folks, do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., especially if you found anything I've said today particularly compelling or interesting, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks, and I appreciate every single one of you that has come together to make this crazy stream of mine continue to sail, and I appreciate all of you. Also, what you can do. Thank you. Jack, thanks for your part in popularizing Mamdani. Hopefully he'll show folks that socialist policy isn't scary. I think he's already done so much, but I'm also very confident that he has taken the steps necessary to actually implement his policies, which is, an advanced level of politicking that is necessary from candidates that are running like he has. Now, also, just want to say hello, everyone. How we doing? Midnight
Happy
Null
we
Night.
finally have some motivating news. Cry more MAGA assholes.
Hell yeah. Also, just want to say shout out to the 450 people watching over in YouTube chat. Very much appreciated. And also to the 102 people watching over on Twitch. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. And also want to throw out there, what was the point I just wanted to make? It just left my mind. Fox News did the thing. Oh my god. If only this had happened a little bit sooner, I could have added this to the lineup. By winning, Democrats are actually losing. Brilliant stuff from Fox News. Love to see it. Holy shit. God. This is incredible. They trained them wrong as a joke, indeed. Let me see here. Also, I do want to do a segment. I think I'll do it tomorrow, though, on someone you all should pay attention to. And I'm gonna shout out her campaign today, just because I know people are paying attention. Folks, y'all need to keep an eye on Rua Rahman, who you might be somewhat familiar with. She's one of the people who wanted to speak up for Palestinian people at the DNC last year and was refused a speaking spot by the Harris campaign. And she is running to be the next governor of Georgia. And this is she's running for in the primary that is happening in May of 2026. And she appears to be running a serious campaign in Georgia because she has started early. There are many months to go, and we'll be taking a look at her announcement interview that she did with local media, because this is another one of those candidates that I think a lot of folks can get behind. She's the real deal. She's got a ton of charisma, and she has great policy positions. So I think that this is another one of those elections to watch, especially considering that we are genuinely about to see some unprecedented things go down electorally, I think, in the next year. And that's especially in Georgia, as evidenced by the statewide elections that happened last night, that Democrats threw out incumbent Republicans. 2 Democrats in statewide elections in Georgia threw out incumbent Republicans in Georgia. And it is very possible that Ruah Rahman could be the real deal and make Georgia a progressive state. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what is possible. Okay. Now, I am going to go use the bathroom. And when I return, we are going to take a look at, I'm going to begin fulfilling my fell bargain that I've made with chat, where you guys provide me with monetary support, and in return, I delve into the rottenest of conservative brains. And all I can say is, Dormammu, I have come to fulfill the bargain. Let's get ready. Okay? Y'all need to get ready.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
Get ready.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
I will be back in about 10 minutes. Now would be a good time to get like some snacks, get drinks, make sure you're hydrated, do a stretch break, etc. I'll be right back.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here's a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused. owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Hello, everybody. I have returned. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? I was shitting. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having my back. Also, my monitor is acting up, and I don't know why. Seems not to agree with something I'm doing at the moment. Sorry. Let me attempt to reboot. Been having some sass from this monitor. There we go. God, now the audio starts playing. Stop it. There we go. Stream seems to be hiccuping too. Yeah, that's because I'm turning on and off one of my monitors. The hiccups should be done now. Audio is amazing, by the way. Thank you. I finally got new cables that reduce the electrical interference, and I finally have my cloud lifter hooked up again. How we doing? All right. I'm back. I'm back in it with you. All right. How we doing? While I was gone, were there secret subs and donos? No, that's all right. All right, all right, all right. Jack, I just got randomly reminded of a crazy story my mum told me. Do tell. Did it not send? I don't see anything. The last funding I see on YouTube is from It's Me Bingo. Let's see here. Back on live chat. Okay. I now see all of you. Love Jack for this interaction with chat. You're welcome. I like interacting with chat. Sometimes it's a bit overwhelming to interact with 3 different chats, but you know, I do my best. spectator from Greece here to all of this. Does it mean that Mike Johnson will be removed from his seat in January of 2026, or will it be in 2027? You know, let me check.
Spreading the fruits of organized labor, Union 1 pay rise kicked in with back pay this week. Up the union.
Hell yeah! Punk Monk, thank you for the $20 dono! And that, in fact, puts us over our goal for more Rudyard. And now, I do want to say that earlier in the stream, I said that if you guys get 400 subs, I would do something, and I forgot what that thing is. But you guys have broken 200, so I now owe you, I think, 4 Rudyard videos, and that is so fucking many of that guy's videos. The the What If Alt Hist crowd is going to be eaten good. Oh, Tea Leaf's music recommendation. Let's see here. Yeah, Tea Leaf, I don't see your music recommendation. Feed the Machine by Poor Man's Poison. I'll check it out. Oh, this is from Cole McGinnis. I know this guy. This song rocks. Hell yeah. Oh, it was a train-centered stream. Yeah, if you guys want me to talk about trains, you know, I'll do it at 400 400 subs. You like Poor Man's Poison? Fuck yeah, I will. Mic is a little dusty? Yeah. Need to dust off my equipment, you're right. I've been in the biz a while. All right, enough of this delaying. I can only delay for so long. But the time has come. The time has come, my friends. Now, okay. Now, I can't... there's a lot of What If Alt Hist videos to cover. And I'm real worried about where this is gonna go. Now, for those of you who haven't encountered this content before, I do recommend some kind of inebriation just to protect your sanity against the madness that you are about to see unfold. Well, Banana Brains, we're definitely gonna do the Unabomber video of his at some point. I don't think I got the spoons for that today. I don't think I can handle this guy turning out to be a Unabomber supporter on top of everything else he does. Actual Jake, perfect fucking timing. Welcome, everybody. I do reiterate that call to protect your sanity. Some inebriation of some form or kind. Did we finish the Dad Saves America podcast episode he was on? No, we did not. Because fuck, it was 2 hours long. We made it through an hour, though. I think about an hour is all I have in me for most of these. Avalon of Babylon, hello! Hello, SMG Hottie. Hello, Poonages. Hello, Nobody. Hello, Jassa Proxy. Hello, Mr. Whiskers. Hello, Drake Graves. Hello, Spider Chows. Spider Chowski. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raptor Blue. Folks, go follow Raptor Blue. Go follow Actual Jake. Go do the things. Help out our fellow channels. Do the things. You know the drill. Hello, Dragon Princess. Oh, I know the Unabomber one is gonna be funny. But also, literally the last 3 videos he's put out seem like they're absolute fucking gold. So, we're gonna go with those first. So, folks, we are going to talk about What If Alt Hist, a man who is crazy, a man who is unfortunately a prominent conservative, who, you know, he's got about 730 some thousand subscribers on YouTube, and runs in circles with the likes of Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel. He has been on a number of influential podcasts as well, and is unfortunately someone that is weirdly relevant in ways one wouldn't expect usually. He's also been involved in like Gen Z think tanks from the conservative far right end of the spectrum. He's weirdly well connected with a lot of genuinely psychotic, like, conservative figures that you might be familiar with. And so we keep coming back to this well to just see what the hell is going on with this guy, because, you know, Elon Musk retweets him, and that is reason enough to worry. So I thought What If Alt Hist was nice. I haven't seen him in ages, though. Well, I did an in-depth breakdown of several of his now deleted manifesto videos, in which he claimed to have been to the spirit world and talked with and been God, and talks about divine eugenics and mystical bloodlines, and basically regurgitates a bunch of esoteric Nazism as if it's his own personal religion. Yeah, he was chilling with Odin and Jesus Christ. And, yeah, I would not describe him as a chill person in any respect. So, let's, he has been God. Yeah, look, if you want to, look, there's an, I personally sat through and talked about the 12-hour long manifesto he put out there. So you guys can go watch that if you're curious about it. We are going to, however, today watch his latest video, which came out about 5 days ago and is entitled, "This Entire Reality is a Lie." And the image for it appears to be an AI-generated, I mean, I don't really know how to describe it here. Well, that's not... those are the chats. Wait a minute. There we go. Appears to be modernism is wrong, question mark, and on the left you have science and technology, and on the right you have God and books. So, you know, that seems coherent. Let's take a look, shall we?
Some truths are so enormous that words cannot convey them. The smallest and the greatest things can only be conveyed in silence, since they are too grand to be able to talk about them. That's how I feel about what I know now. I've seen something so enormous that it's like the sky is a different color now, but then I run into normies who still see the world in the old way. They can't understand that their own worldview just doesn't work. It's a false reflection they've made.
Oh no, these are not, the script is not AI generated, I guarantee you. AI could never.
That doesn't make sense once you start pulling at the different threads that tie it together. When I was a teenager, I still belonged to the blue pill world. I had never thought much about the blank slate. There was nothing written on the differences between men and women or different races yet. People didn't talk about so many things, and we lived in
Jesus, we're less than a minute in, and you're talking about different races already? Come on, man.
The blank slate. There was nothing written on the differences between men and women or different races yet. People didn't talk about so many things.
Yeah, all of the differences between the races. Okay, bud.
We lived in ignorance through emission. It's really remarkable how arrogant we were and how we thought we had—
Oh yeah, no. Alan Smith, in case it wasn't clear when I talked about how he believed in divine bloodlines and divine eugenics. Yeah, he thinks that there are not only genetic differences between the races beyond just skin color, he thinks there are genetic differences between the rich and the poor. He thinks you're genetically destined to have like a sense of justice or like a sense of morality. Like, it's full on eugenics.
Total knowledge on how the world worked. We were controlled since we focused on the little things that don't matter, which allowed us to ignore the big picture things that actually do. The big picture involved everything that really did matter between our
Well, yeah, of course it's not true. He's fucking nuts. But unfortunately, his particular brand of fucking nuts is the like a mainstream component of the conservative movement.
Of identity, religion, economics, mating, or the direction of our society as a whole. It was stolen from us as we were told to focus on making money and hedonism instead. In the last 7 years since I graduated high school, and I'm 24 now, I went through a very important journey. I gradually deconstructed how the entire world we all used to live in for our whole lives were false. None of this is real, and it's all a lie. This story feels very important to me, but there's not an archetypal frame to explain it in our society, so I don't really know how to articulate it to most people I talk to, which is why I don't.
Okay, I do want to ask, anyone in the audience, how long do you think it's going to take him to get to the first text wall? Honestly, I'm kind of surprised we haven't encountered one by the 2-minute mark. Although technically we're at 1:52. 5 minutes? Like, what are your guesses? Next frame? I've not pre-watched any of this. Next 5 minutes. 7 minutes? 13 minutes. Okay. 2 more minutes. All right.
In short, none of this is real, and it's all a lie. This is a theme I've spoken about in several previous videos, with some prime examples being The Greatest Lie Ever Told, or my video on the rise and fall of the blue pill, about how the 20th century built a Plato's cave of comfortable illusions. Lots of people can understand that in certain topics like politics or with trans, that we've been deceived, but—
Or with trans! Just to— We get our entire other category.
They're both so-called philosophers that are really just morons that think they're all that, and they're just not.
Damn, some Plato slander in here. God. Quickly, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting the stream. Very much appreciated, and you're wonderful. But yeah, the trans deceived everyone, like Saruman. We are the evil doers, nefariously plundering the forests for our estrogen and testosterone.
What I've found is this goes so much deeper. Once you flip the log over, you'll find it's been completely eaten out by worms and insects already. This is a video to dissect.
But like, these are just helpful little guys. Why are you mad at these earthworms, man?
Our rotting basement of a worldview and show why the entire old world we've spent our lives in was all a lie.
Oh shit, let's go. With a premise like that, you can't miss.
One of the biggest lies in our reality is that we're past the age of war.
What?
War still captures the minds and imagination of many who play war games.
What? There are wars going on right now. What are you talking about? What?
Possibly the best war game out there is the epic online game War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive.
I can't believe this guy gets sponsorship deals. It's nuts.
Vehicle war game ever made, with more than 2,500 different planes, tanks.
A lot of people think we don't have war anymore, but they're wrong and stupid because we have War Thunder. Like, what? Oh god. Yeah, he didn't even do the audio right on the ad.
Helicopters and ships that you can use in the most epic combined arms PvP battles. Every vehicle is completely modeled down to its component parts, with designs from the 19...
What the fuck is he saying? Dude is talking about how, like, War Thunder is the only war you'll ever need, and I'm only lightly paraphrasing.
20s to the present. What I find especially cool...
Skip it, you're giving him ad revenue? Nah, one of the things that personally fascinates me is how these conservatives do their ads and transition into and out of them, because I find it very funny.
About this game is that there are no hit points. The vehicles take damage to their crew and parts, creating a really immersive experience. War Thunder is one of those timeless games that's available everywhere, be that PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and even on your phone, with all the new mobile version, so you can take the game with you wherever you go.
And therefore, you can show everyone on your phone that war still exists. See? It's on your phone. Because everyone else is too big of a stupid moron to know that countries still fight wars.
Join a community of over 95 million players. Those of you that are new or returning after 6 months on PC or console also get a massive free bonus pack. So try War Thunder today and use the links in the description to get a free bonus pack featuring vehicles and boosters.
God, it just feels so weird and gross.
Part 1. A failing of human nature. Before we get started, I want to clarify what I mean by the word worldview. In German philosophy, the word worldview carries all of the connotations which make sense in their culture, which we don't have in an English-speaking context.
I don't know, man. I feel like worldview, I feel like you don't need to describe what a worldview is. Like, it's kind of in the name. Your personal view of the world, your perspective.
For example, the German concept of worldview is an all-encompassing vision of how reality works, which will...
Yeah, a vision of the world, one might say.
Will vary by civilization. This is where the term Islamic or Western world comes from. This matters since it changes what the term world even means. A lot of people perceive the word world, and I find that funny because word is an Old Norse word for destiny. So it's...
Oh no, okay, this is gonna be one of his, Alright, we're getting into some, like, there's a non-zero chance in this video he breaks out some numerology. He's getting into some of his religious beliefs here, and all right. I do want to remind everyone he at one point talked about having to write Odin a letter about his gooning habits. I'm not going to elaborate, but I hope it doesn't go in that direction here.
Sort of the destiny of the world, which is how worldviews work, is it shifts from the end of the world, meaning the end of all human life, to the end of a sort of civilizational vision, which you could see with...
Yes, he visited the spirit realm and then wrote about his gooning habits for Odin. I'm not kidding. You can watch the... I covered it. God help me.
The fall of the Greco-Roman classical ecumene, or the known world. Alternately, I will reference the modern versus early modern or medieval worlds. For each of these, they inhabit often the exact same physical areas as different worldviews.
Man, why are you explaining worldviews as a concept?
But if you talk to a deconverted here, you can get into entire discussions about what weird is.
None of this has any bearing on what a worldview is in the present context of the language we are currently speaking. And it's frustrating because he's like, yes, I will be talking about the medieval world and the world of the Middle Ages. And it's like, yeah, you could just say you're talking about medieval times or the Middle Ages. You just, people are going to intuitively know what you mean by that. Also, the fucking maps, man. God.
But had such wildly fluctuating ideas on how the world worked that in some ways they're almost different fantasy novels. We really underestimate how the way most people in history perceived the world is significantly closer to the Warhammer fantasy universe than our vision of the world today.
We have now entered Warhammer 40K is historical territory. Warhammer 40K is actually exactly how ancient peoples viewed the universe. You see, when early man looked up at the stars, they said, what if there was a psyker so powerful that 40,000 years hence, he was sitting atop a golden throne, being fed the mental energies of 10,000 of us every day? You see, Warhammer 40K is inscribed from the spirit realm onto the dreams of the authors of the Warhammer 40K universe. It was all predicted a millennia ago.
He projects nihilism onto other eras of...
Yes, no, he is showing fantasy images of Warhammer and Warhammer 40K.
History unconsciously, since it's so prevalent and all-consuming for our society. I think the history of psychology and consciousness has the potential to be something of profound importance.
Can we just, like, also take a moment, like, this is the stock footage he chose of, like, a kid going to therapy. And, like, this is the least comfortable therapeutic setting I think I've ever seen in my life. Just a creepy little mannequin and in a stark white room on uncomfortable chairs with a creepy dude staring at you.
And consciousness has the potential to be something of profound importance if done correctly. The way humans perceive the world has changed radically over history, and often in very brief time periods. I mean, think of how much our vision of the world has changed within the last century or the last lifetime, and then
Yeah, probably because it's related to changing geopolitical situations, because, nations are socially constructed.
Magnify that over thousands or millions of years. There's a really brilliant book called The Passion of the Western Mind by Tarnas, which breaks down the course of Western.
I'm just really curious, because, like, a decent chunk of the time when he mentions an author, they're sussy as hell. Oh, good. When I Google him, just the initial result, historian and astrologer. That's a good sign. Just a noted astrologer. Cool. This is reminding me of the time I went on a date and then hung out with my date and her friends at a gay bar. And one of her super depressed friends came by. And I never went on a second date with this lady. But her friend took a liking to me and told me all about his life as, like, a gay man who had, like, been diagnosed with, like, I forget exactly what it was. I think it might have been, like, colon cancer or something. And his fiance broke off the engagement because he was only given a few months to live. And so he used his pharmaceutical job to get a bunch of drugs and, like, just partied and was high all the time. And then he beat the cancer. And so now he was back in town to get revenge on the man who left him. And I was just, like, listening politely the entire time. And this man, I swear to God, had a suitcase just full of drugs with him and, like, just offered me some. And I was like, no, I'm good, but thank you. And then he was like, you know what? No, you know what? I get you. I know what you'd like. I think you'd like this neuropsychology book that my grandfather wrote. Here. I'm gonna buy it for you. And so he deadass ordered me an academic textbook that his grandfather had written about neuropsychology, and I have no idea if it was any good or not. I did get it, and I think I might still have it somewhere. But one of the weirdest interactions I've ever had in my life. But Rudyard strikes me as a very similar person. Very not doing so great kind of guy. I'll see if I can find it sometime.
Intellectual history into a 3-part segment and then tries to explain the core contention and a way each worldview worked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Tarnas featured in the 2006 film Anethogen, Awakening the Divine Within, a documentary about rediscovering an enchanted cosmos in the modern world. Cool. Oh, he's also written LSD Psychotherapy, Theoretical Implications of the Study of Psychology. Okay, the Tarnas is very into LSD. Good to know. Cool.
He splits it into the Greek, medieval, Christian, and modern worldviews. For reasons I explain in this text wall, we often radically misinterpret how ancient or medieval things.
Okay. Somebody guessed 7 minutes before we see the first text wall. And whoever guessed that was correct. I actually was thinking it was going to happen much earlier, but we have arrived at the first text wall, and we must, of course, climb it. Now, I would, of course, usually I try and read this in a Jordan Peterson voice, and I am going to try to do that, but I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to keep up the voice the entire time. He can't just say what this wall is saying. No, you guys are acting like he wrote this out, which he did. You guys are acting like he's reading off of a script right now, which he is. And couldn't just say all of this shit. The reason that modern thinkers often get ancient writers wrong is that our worldview comes with lots of different assumptions that we don't think about. Is this where the person's briefcase ended up? Rudyard's room? It's possible. Our neurology is literally different from theirs. There is. For example, in alchemy... Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, we're in alchemy territory. All right. Okay, Nicholas Flamel, are we going to do some sorcerer's stone shit? All right. As above so below, motherfuckers. For example, in alchemy, the 4 elements are water, earth, air, and fire. These are pre-modern ways of saying the main 4 types of matter are liquid, solid, air, and combustion. What? No. What? and no. None of that is right. No. It's all, oh no, it's all full of spelling errors every single time, Sarah Scorpion. Every single time. That's immediately comprehensible to us when phrased that way, but the 4 elements sound silly otherwise. That's since ancient people didn't view the world in a highly literalistic way like we do, which is caused by the Industrial Revolution rewarding precision. We judge them by standards which didn't exist in their era, which, the idea that ancient people didn't care about precision is incredible to me, because you can find ancient people that actually gave a huge shit about precision when it comes to like the movement of planets and the movement of the stars and the constellations, etc., etc., etc. Like you can find people that had extremely advanced knowledge and mathematics to track these things. Like, the idea that precise knowledge was impossible until the Industrial Revolution, that's some horse shit. Like, honestly, it's some like ancient aliens level horse shit. Like, oh, they couldn't have possibly been advanced because they were indigenous people, so the aliens must have done it for them. Like, it's racist bullshit. Like, I don't know, like, you try sailing across the entire Pacific Ocean with the stars as your guide. Like, fuck you. But it continues. Alternately, when Thales says that all matter is water, he could be saying that all things are motion, or water like the alchemical tradition. This is most obvious with religion, where for modern people, if you can't photograph God and have him admit his existence in lab, he doesn't exist. Meanwhile, for pre-modern peoples, they would see the natural laws of physics or the consistent principles in human nature as evidence for the will of God. Modern people think if something isn't replicable in a lab. It doesn't exist, which they didn't think back then. Thus, we have different definitions for what even the word world real means. Again, there are so many spelling errors here. Dreams were real in a lot of cultures. But like, wait. Okay. So, one, yeah, for the purposes of the scientific method, you need to be able to demonstrate the existence of a thing, and you need to be able to replicate said demonstrations of the existence of a thing. Like, that's a necessary component of building our base of knowledge, right? And yeah, we haven't been able to demonstrate the existence of a deity. We haven't been able to do that. In so far as like scientific trials are concerned. Does that mean a god doesn't exist? I don't know, but we can perhaps judge different religious beliefs based on their claims. Perhaps we can weigh the merits of different religions based on said claims. But like, also, it kind of seems to me that people want evidence for claims, and wanting evidence for claims isn't a new phenomena. Prior to the existence of the scientific method, you still had to provide evidence for your claims. We've had like legal systems dating back thousands of years prior to the emergence and codification of the scientific method. Like, people needed to provide evidence for their claims in legal settings, in day-to-day life, etc. Like, this isn't rocket science. We know that's the case. God. All right. we made it through the text wall.
Thinkers understood the world through not comprehending the context their mental frame came from or what their language actually meant. The reason
also, we think dreams are real. It's just that the way in which we believe that dreams are real is different. Like, people back in the day were like, when you go into a dream, you're in a different world. And like, now we're like, well, no, you're in your brain, you're interacting inside of your head. So it's much more revelatory about what you're personally dealing with and interacting with. But like, does that mean your dream isn't real? No.
I'm articulating this here is that we know from history that we can invalidate and move on from old worldviews. This is just part of the process of human history, where as mankind develops as a species, our minds have to evolve in unison with our material level of development. This is a philosophic point that I really cannot justify the modernist world not understanding. It's just utterly insane we haven't hit this philosophic threshold yet, where we can't realize that if previous eras of history could be wrong, so will our era of history be, and we need to...
No! Everyone can grasp that, man. It's not a hard concept to realize that we could be wrong. Like, our knowledge is incomplete. I have no doubt that like my children and their children will like look back on like their great grandma and be like, damn, she was old and bonkers. she was wrong about some stuff. But like, that's life. You have to be comfortable being wrong sometimes. And damn, Rudyard's comfy.
Judge ourselves by the standard of what has already worked in history. Our era of history combines both profound self-loathing and delusional arrogance at the same time, which is the worst place to be. Instead, you should aim towards confidence and humility. The self-loathing is obvious, in which the West has developed into self-flagellation as its predominant religion and is now attempting to commit suicide.
I love that he will just throw out things without elaborating at all. Oh yeah, Western civilization is all about punishing yourself and like killing society. But no elaboration.
both sides of the political spectrum, between left-wing environmentalists to right-wing traditionalists, openly hate modernity. At the very same time, the ego stems from thinking that we are such a superior age of history that there is no value in studying history.
The only people who think there's no value in studying history are like tech bros and the wealthy, because the tech bros and the wealthy, like, they want to prioritize and encourage a workforce that is obedient and skilled enough to do labor for, you know, the ruling class. Like, they devalue things like English literature degrees and history degrees on purpose because they do not see a monetary payoff for people being educated in those fields. It's capitalism, bro.
Academia has literally made it taboo and refuses to publish books on using history to study the world today.
What are you talking about? I have a degree in English literature and I minored in medieval history, and I can tell you universities aren't trying to throttle your ability to get books or to learn about history or like literary analysis to be able to understand it properly. Like, all of this just keeps going back to the fact that he doesn't think any real history books have been written since like the 1940s, which is an interesting time for him to pick. Ain't it?
All the major authors on this topic are either based outside the Western world, or from there, or are self-published non-academic authors. No one.
I'm sorry. Okay, look, I'm just gonna look up Kurt Doolittle. Okay, because the list says that he's an autodidact. What this means is that inside the Western world, there has been a strong enough taboo on using history to understand the word that the only authors who do so are not academics or non-Westerners. Again, I studied history. I could tell you that this is bullshit. Why did he list the ethnicities? That's weird. Well, in case I haven't made it clear enough yet, by talking about how he believes in divine eugenics, and esoteric Nazism, he's a racist. Yes, the weird part is that he's just a very racist man. Now, Kurt Doolittle. Cool. This guy seems fucking nuts. Just taking a little bit of a gander at this man. He works at the Natural Law Institute. And the emerging new generation of the feminine Abrahamic Marxist postmodern sequence. Amazing stuff from this guy. Oh, he has a Substack? Oh, and he's an anarcho-capitalist. Excellent. The top Reddit post from 9 years ago is in anarcho-capitalism. And the next one is Kurt Doolittle is a gold mine of bad philosophy. Oh man, it's just him getting raked. Oh god. Oh good. His Stack Overflow account. I'm a philosopher in the analytic Anglo-legal tradition. I gotta be honest, I've never encountered someone so racist that they refer to what they do as, like, being involved in the Anglo legal tradition. Yes, the traditional Anglo-Saxon legal tradition. Incredible stuff. He works for the proper Propertarian Institute? I gotta know. I gotta know what the Propertarian Institute is. I gotta know about us. Let's go. It refers back to the Natural Law Institute. A think tank. Okay, yep. I understand what a think tank is. What's our goal? Solve the great problems of our age, come to settlement over the current civil war, and if not, to continue it until justice for all is achieved. Oh, wait. Who are our people? We are a movement of thinkers from around the world outside the ideological confines of the academy, with a deep empirical understanding of the personal, social, economic, and political failures of the past century and a half, and who seek a solution to the crisis of our age, not just for Americans, not just for the Anglosphere, not just for Western civilization, but for all mankind. The fact that you have Anglosphere in here at all is sussy as hell. God, what's happening over on Twitter for this account? It's not letting me on the Twitter these days. All right. It's fine. Let me just put it this way. I would not trust this man at all.
Or from there, or are self-published non-academic authors. No other era of history has ever been this arrogant, in that they always valued the opinions of their ancestors. This is a very, very important philosophic point, which changes how you frame the entire world. In our current society, the way we actually operate is that the ruling authorities will fund scientific research to benefit their own self-interest. In most cases, these scientific
Yes, there is a problem with replicating scientific research and experimentation. That being said, one tends to find experiments built on the observed and demonstrable findings of other experiments. And if those fail, then it kind of shows that the previous experiment had a problem or flaw that needs to be revisited. This is just the scientific process in general.
Experiments are never replicated, and if you know how, there are so many ways to skew data to whatever point you want. Then the media and academia, who are part of the same system of control, enforce this on the public. Science is not our society's dominant code, but rather pseudoscientific ideology is. This is completely obvious once you compare all of the intellectual or academic information, as I'm excited to do so in this video. The reason the idea that every era of history can be wrong is so important, since it's a
it's a baseline assumption. Yeah, no shit, dude.
Bulwark against our own foolishness and arrogance. In practical life, none of us are this foolish. We use common sense and reality filters in order to live, and you have to do the same thing on a macro geopolitical level. What nations say in their documents aren't who they are.
Oh, okay, here's a direct quote from Kurt Doolittle. Quote, "Our world is as genetic as that of domesticated animals. We are unequal, and it is more important that we suppress the reproduction of the lower classes than it is we attempt to improve the upper." Cool.
Their actions dictate that. Going forward, I'm going to refer to our current worldview.
Yeah, again, most of the guys that this person that Rudyard recommends are like fascists or eugenicists or racists or some flavor of all. You know? We watch an esoteric fascist, What If Alt History? Yep. Modern materialist academic paradigm. The map paradigm is a term I actually got from a Twitter comment on my channel, so thank you. Oh, dude. You know that there's like a 90% chance that they're making fun of you, right? Like, do you not know the implication of being called a map? Man? Oh no. Oh no. All right. Okay. I just liked it. Okay. So thank you. But it's a term for the modern materialist paradigm. It sounds obvious, but it's really a cohesive worldview with lots of different tenets, such as morality is universal, the avoidance of suffering is the highest good, everyone is equal, the only variables that drive the world are economic and tech without human character. History doesn't have valuable lessons to teach us. The divine does not exist, and many others. Again, you got to be able to demonstrate that the divine exists in order for other people to reasonably believe in it. Number one. Number two, like, no one's arguing that the only factors in world history are economic and technology. Number three here, morality is not universal. Like, a lot of different cultures have had a lot of different moral, like, decision-making processes and values.
Or paradigm as the map, or modern materialist academic paradigm. I'm using this to describe the general vision of the world which our current ruling class...
Yeah, man, you need to come up with a different name. Calling yourself a modern map is, oh boy.
Between academia, the government, and the media all share. When I say that we can't trust the information we know now, this is an example of what I mean. Imagine trying to explain electricity or computers to an ancient Babylonian. Keep in mind the idea of using rationality to explain the world stems from the ancient Greek.
What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure if you sat down with a human being of another era and, like, explained to them how a technology works and the basic functions of, like, various natural phenomena, I think they'd get it. And I think if you were able to demonstrate it, they would get it even faster because, you know, human beings like evidence for claims.
As did the hypothesis, or even the concept of the laws of nature. For the Babylonians, their entire worldview was based around gods with intentions.
Like, I'm sorry, I've watched too much Star Trek. I know that Jean-Luc Picard can explain technology to people who don't have said technology yet. Our checkmate, argument defeated. Jean-Luc Picard did it.
Willing reality into existence. The idea that you would study natural laws to gain mastery of them and do things like...
In most historic societies, you might be able to find a handful of hyper-advanced schizo-sorcerers who you could explain modern concepts to, but they're the exception, not the rule. Nah, I think you could explain different concepts to people, even if they weren't schizo-sorcerers. Which, like, I gotta be honest, that Schizo Sorcerers does sound like a bangin' bad name. A band name, rather. This mentally hurts to listen to. Look.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
I'm so proud of the mental horsepower you all have. Okay? It takes a lot of mental horsepower to truly succeed in the face of such overwhelming... I don't even know really what to call this. Think of it as a spiritual journey, and as Rudyard, you're Gandalf.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
There you go.
The Industrial Revolution simply would not be comprehensible to the Babylonians. This is why I refuse to have clear opinions on UFOs or a lot of physics. I'm sure there is some
I refuse. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for him to be like anti-physics. I refuse to have clear opinions about UFOs. Okay, fair. Or most physics. Okay. All right. Okay.
lying principle here that explains these things, but
I refuse to have opinions about the existence of Bigfoot or ham sandwiches.
I'm highly doubtful that our society either has the mental models or the tools to understand how the world works completely. Imagine trying to explain the theory of—
What are you talking? If you just understand basic physics, you can understand that we don't have a full understanding. Like, just fucking Google the crisis in cosmology. Just man, just look up the fact that, like, we don't have a unified theory of quantum physics and, like, Einsteinian physics. Like, come on, man. Come on. But Jack, rockets are magic? Yeah, satellites aren't real.
Evolution to someone in the 17th century.
I'm gonna fucking lose it. Let me just type something real quick. God damn it. I just... People already had like a built-in understanding of different evolutionary processes. Because, and I can't stress this enough, human beings have been engaged in guiding evolution for like the last 50,000 years? Like, the fucking agriculture that we do is predicated on the domestication of plants via selective breeding. The domestication of animals is predicated on selective breeding. That's guiding evolution. You could sit down with someone in the 1600s and explain the concept, because they had comparable ideas already at play in agriculture and animal husbandry. Exactly, Snoogan. Oh, God. These ideas didn't pop out of nowhere. Jesus Christ.
Where you'd also have to articulate...
I'm sorry, but like it's wild that he's both making the argument that, like, in modernity, we might be wrong. I mean, you couldn't possibly explain to this person who lived hundreds of years ago about modern concepts. And it's like, yeah, you could. Because they were also very intelligent. They had advanced societies and technology. Like, they were able to understand advanced concepts. Jesus. Elon nodding along to this unironically. Can I find I just want you all to know, like, this is real. A video I made explaining the history of Black America. Thoughtful. Viewed by 14 million people. Jesus Christ.
Lots of concepts, like that the world was not made by God 6,000 years ago, that mankind is a descendant from the apes, or
Again, the concept that, like, mankind didn't come from God 6,000 years ago. Other civilizations did not share that timeline. Not every Christian agreed with that timeline. And not everyone in those societies believed in Christianity. We did not descend from apes. We are apes. Yeah, but do you really expect this guy to understand basic concepts of evolution when he's already this wrong about everything? Guys, we are only... Can I just, like, pause real quick and be so for real with you right now? We are only 11 minutes and 27 seconds into this video that is an hour and 15 minutes long. I need you all to understand this, okay? Yes. Yeah, you guys thought we've made significant progress in here? Nah. We've barely scratched the surface of this video. We're an hour into breaking this down because it's so full of nonsense. Yeah, where are the schizo sorcerers when you need them? I grew up Christian and I didn't even know there were Christians that believed the earth was 6,000 years old until I was an adult. We were taught in Sunday school the earth is billions of years old and you shouldn't doubt science. That's wonderful. My dad didn't believe in evolution and taught me that creationism was true because God could do anything, so God could just create the world with age. And that's how he accounted for the world looking older. And yeah, that really did not help me understand the world better.
Principles of genetics and heredity. Imagine trying to explain World War II to someone in the 15th century. You'd have to explain Germany unified, you had the Industrial Revolution, you'd have to explain what science was. It's just the world changes a lot.
Would you have to explain all of that? Because I don't think it's necessarily important information to explain to someone in the 1600s who Adolf Hitler was.
And remember that the universe doesn't owe you anything and is however complex and absurd as it wants to be.
You know, it's kind of telling that he thinks you'd have to tell people from hundreds of years ago who Hitler was. It's a pretty interesting thing to think.
I'm always shocked that this is such a difficult concept for thinkers today, in which practically no modernist thinkers broach this idea.
What you can do, I really appreciate your comment. This really has been the era of nonsense. Thank you for being the Warhammer-style Inquisitor against this chicanery. Yes, I'm happy to do my service.
This concept has just been intuitive to me ever since I was a child, that this era of history is not the ultimate arbiter, and we will make mistakes in the same way that every other era will.
Everyone else thinks that too, my guy. No one else thinks we have perfected our current modern era. Shut the front door. Studies plus ancient wisdom shows the convergence between what 21st century science has found with the traditional folkways and world cultures that have existed for millennia as opposed to the 20th century.
This is why I developed the concept of Saw, or how...
Oh yeah, this is his personal belief system at work, where he wants to essentially merge his beliefs that he likes about modernity with basically any other like folkloric wisdom that he sees fit to merge with it. You know? So get ready for some absolute nonsense.
Frequently, modern science from the 21st century matches up with ancient wisdom. It's often opposed to the pseudoscience of the 20th century. Alternately, a concept I invented is the universal scholar, which is if you put Plato, Aristotle, Confucius, Isaac Newton, Carl Jung, and Muhammad, just to name a handful of widely respected thinkers around the world in history.
Oh god. Yeah, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. So, number one, okay, all right, okay. Oh man, I'm hurting. The universal scholar. If you could get, for example, Isaac Newton, Confucius, Carl Jung, Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, Jesus, and George Washington to agree on something, it's probably true. If the greatest geniuses in history in wildly different contexts agree on something, it's probably the truth. Now, I do want to say, it's pretty interesting to throw Carl Jung on and George Washington on the same level as Jesus Christ, Thomas Aquinas, Isaac Newton, and Confucius, considering that George Washington isn't a noted like academic or scholar at all, and Carl Jung has had every single one of his ideas thoroughly debunked and disproven. And now his ideas are only useful to inspire, RPGs like Metaphor, Refantasio.
To a single room, that if they can agree on something, you can assert that it's probably true. Those thinkers are more intelligent than me, and I am not smart enough to understand all of their thought processes, but that's a sort of probably...
Imagine thinking that of yourself. Like, oh yeah, I'm too stupid to understand the thought processes of another human being. It's like, Jesus, man. I don't know, have some fucking dignity.
Ballistic bet if they agree on something in different contexts, not
I have some faith in your abilities.
aware of the others, it's probably true. If 99% of human history...
Yeah, I can't read things and understand their words. Rumpf.
Believes something, it's probably true. But the crazy thing is that modernity, in most cases, is opposed to what almost all humans in history believed. I find the idea...
Yeah, because sometimes people in the past believed things that weren't true. You know, like, so sometimes the people in the past believed things that weren't true, like drinking mercury is good for you, or that you should take laudanum, or that like trust me, it's fine to sweeten a drink with lead. You know, sometimes people don't believe things that are true, and sometimes people believe things that aren't true.
That the universe has to be rational and logical, stemming from some warped view of medieval scholasticism descending...
Oh no, I don't think this man goes to church. Like, his views are way too out there for him to be going to like a actual like standardized church.
From Plato has done an enormous amount of damage to modern people trying to understand the world. People want the world to be neat and to fit into charts. When things don't fit into charts, whether the complexities of human nature, the genome, the subconscious, culture, or quantum physics, people get angry, but that was never the point. Life is not reasonable. In fact, it is free.
Imagine if we had a system where people got together and then things they all found makes it more likely to be true. Yeah, if only we had some kind of system where people could get together and like, I don't know, evaluate whether or not their observations and could line up with the observations of others, and perhaps test different aspects of their environment in order to compare their test results and broaden their base of knowledge. If only something like that existed. I don't know.
Frequently profoundly insane and disturbing. Life is only beautiful and worth living due to its chaos. As above, so below. For a brief frame of reference, and this should probably—
God, he actually said as above, so below. Dude's actually endorsing alchemy. Fucking moron. Oh yes, this is one of his favorite lists. Things all of the rest of history believe that we don't. 1. Men and women are biologically different. Wait, we do... Wait. Men and women are genders. Like, male and female are sexes. You could make the argument that sexes are different, but you can't make the argument that genders are are biologically different. 2, race, sex, ethnicity, and class are partly biological. Hey, remember when I said that this guy thinks rich people and poor people have different biology? Yeah, I wasn't fronting. I wasn't kidding. 3, progress is not an innate law of the world. Which, yeah, of course not. Everything can backslide at a moment's notice. A meteor could strike the planet and wipe out like all the collected knowledge of humanity. Yeah, of course. And then we'd be sent back to the Stone Ages, but we'd work our way back up because people like to find more efficient and better ways of doing things, and we'd continue to do that. 4, family, community, and nation is the bedrock of human life. Well, 1, nation states are relatively new. Community, I would say community is the bedrock of human life. Community, of course, also includes family, so I feel like it's kind of redundant there. 5, war is a nasty reality to accept. Man, he reuses this word text wall in a lot of videos. You'd think he would catch the the typos. 6, equality doesn't really exist. Yeah, but when we talk about equality, we're talking about equality under the law in the eyes of the state, man. Treating people with respect. Also, wait, I don't think anyone disagrees that war is a nasty reality to accept, because I'm pretty sure everyone has thought that always. Like, war is deeply unpleasant. 7, the greatest things are divine and the lowest are demonic. 8, well, I just reject the idea of divine and demonic inherently. You got demonstrate a demon to me, demonstrate the divine to me, and then we'll talk. 8, there are archetypal forms to the universe. Demonstrate them. Produce for me the archetypal form of a chair. Go for it. 9, human nature is innately fallible. Yeah, we all agree with that. That's why we need a fucking scientific method. 10, there is a divine and spirit world. Fucking demonstrate it, motherfucker. 11, consciousness exists in its own right. Okay, demonstrate that to me. Take your brain out and demonstrate your consciousness exists. Do it. I would love to see that. It'd be really cool. 12, happiness has more to do with values and connection than with material wealth. Wait, that one's true, though. That one's unironically true. To an extent, because you do need a certain level of material wealth to meet your basic needs and have a certain level of security in which to maximize your happiness. There have been studies on this, by the way. I think the numbers around, or was at the time of the study, around like $80,000 per year seems to be when happiness kind of maxes out. for an individual. But of course, you know, mileage may vary depending on your different situations. 13, that the universe is a self-reflexive conscious system. What? Okay, demonstrate me universe consciousness. Like, this guy thinks we live in a fucking Marvel movie. 14, that history operates in a cycle of bad times, decadence. Oh shit, he's doing the fascist thing. He's doing the fascist thing. Like, the hard times create like hard men, and hard men create good times create soft men create hard times. He's doing the fucking cycle thing. God damn it.
Be a topic of its own video in its own right, but practically all societies in history before the modern world believed that heredity was at least a large part of sex, race, class, and other things. They believed in the divine.
Yeah, and they were wrong. Like, yeah, sex is partly biological. Like, yeah, but class is not. Jesus.
Line, and a great chain of being which stretched from lower forms to higher forms,
yes,
where it was our
is.
duty to move upwards. They believed that
The point is, he wants hard men. He's got no use for soft men. Yeah, exactly.
Things like tradition or the nation or culture were necessary.
Do you think Rudyard understands sex? You know, I gotta admit, I do think he has had sex because he's talked about it. I don't know that he understands it. You know what I'm saying?
Bulwarks against a fallible human nature, that war and other unpleasant things like plague were just part of the simulation, and we had to accept them and do our best to compete in these systems. They saw history as fairly cyclical, where you see patterns continue again and again, and they...
Man, I love this fucking nonsense chart. Wowee.
Saw the entire universe as a place with meaning built into it, where it was our duty to live out that meaning as much as possible, where the material exists to serve the ideal, where there are these broader archetypal principles which God created, and humans have to live out these archetypes, like goodness or evil.
Or having one titty, like this guy over here. You know, it's hard living in a world with just the one titty, okay? Then you gotta compete with this guy who got two titties.
Or higher or lower forms, or justice or tyranny or these things. Again, the societies that would have agreed with this include all of pre-modern European history, Greco-Roman classical civilization, the major Asian civilizations, the major tribal peoples in prehistory, where modernist people do not understand how separated they are from the vast majority of people in human history.
Man, can we just like go back and be like, oh, he's labeling this the tribal peoples, and it's a map of Asia in 1000 AD, i.e. China's empire would have been in full swing for like the last several thousand years by this point.
Understand how separated they are from the vast majority of people in human history. And if we're totally unwilling to investigate if over 95% of people in history were wrong in their worldview, that is profoundly dangerous. A really good example for how you end up with the silliness of the current map paradigm is that people today like to build a series of logical arguments which can then be added together towards the end result they want.
Yeah, using logical reasoning to arrive at a conclusion. That does kind of make sense, doesn't it? Rather than the alternative.
Think of Karl Marx, who built a theory assuming Hegel's theory of the historic dialectic was correct, then assuming that only economic or material variables propelled human nature or history, then that there was a natural arc of history which bent towards the lower classes. After that,
what are you talking about, man? Yet the natural arc of history bends towards the lower classes because there's more of us. Like, that's why. There are more, like, it's hard to control a large number of people, and the working class under capitalism in the modern era, it's very hard to control, which is why we go towards democracy. The goal is to continue to go towards democracy.
That all of human nature
Ms.
was
Milena.
innately equal, where the only variable in economic progress was the upper classes oppressing the lower classes. Finally, that the culmination of this process was the creation.
Oh, Jesus, what is this? I'm probably missing some things here. There are loads of tiny communist movements I can't keep track of. Inform me of some of in the comments. The communist rebels, communist by conquest, communist by choice, communist leaning. Ah, yes, communist leaning India. As if India wasn't ruled by a far-right fascist.
Of an anarchic, totalizing state through revolution that would just work because it was destined by history to work. I call this method
As if clauses. This is a term I've invented, because again, he invents a lot of his analysis. Much like coding, when you make a logical cause for as if blank would be true, then blank would be true. This is a logical pattern modern people really like, since it appears logical and mathematical. The issue here is that people will frequently not check if these assumptions are even correct and then get the implications wrong too. Yeah, it'd be wild to encounter someone with unquestioned assumptions. Definitely couldn't be Rudyard. This means that it's very easy to string together a series of arguments that make you seem smart, but then not fact check. This makes the entire argument bunk. People think the more you add, the smarter you are. Well, in reality, you're removing yourself from basal truth. Guys, how did he write this with not a shred of self-awareness whatsoever? How did he do that? Like, fuck, man. India is geopolitically aligned with Russia and was aligned with the Soviet Union. I think that's what he's getting at. But like that was supposed to be a current map. Russia's not currently communist. Like Vladimir Putin, no, it wasn't? What?
That would just work because
if it's not, then why isn't there a year on it? I can't recall a time when India was communist or even communist leaning. Where's the year? It's not. There isn't a year on here because everything he makes is bullshit.
It was destined by history to work. I call this method adding as if clauses. Like coding, people seem to think that the more as if clause
You know, I need to get that for the soundboard, Ms. Milena. You think someone would really do that? Go on the internet and tell lies?
The smarter they are. They think they're building Legos on top of each other to make a beautiful structure. Well, in reality, they're just building Jenga, where the more clauses they add...
I can't help but note that this is not Jenga. Why are you showing Legos when you're talking about Jenga, my dude?
The less likely the final endpoint of the argument here is correct. The issue with arguments like this is that if one link in this chain of logic is wrong, it means Marxism as an ideology will not work in the real world. I hope you notice that...
Okay, now he's showing the Jenga, okay.
With the way I write my videos, I try to minimize as-if clauses as much as possible, and I try to understand the real context of a situation for what it is. As-if clauses are a pretty serious issue, since this very chain of
ideologies by mass death. Cool. Communism, 67 million. Civil wars involving communists, 26 million. All religions combined, 47 million. Fascism, 20 million. No other ideologies even really make it on the list. All others are 2 million. If you blame World War II only on fascism, which I don't think is fair, you get 65 million deaths. All right. What about capitalism, though? Just out of curiosity, what about capitalism and the entire colonial system and the whole manifest destiny thing? Capitalism 0. Ha! Painless ideology. Ha ha! Yeah, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I would wager that bringing up, like, the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, the daily attrition of capitalism itself, that, where people, even in the richest country on earth, die due to lack of healthcare, not to mention the capitalistic system of exploitation that leads to a lot of people dying around the world in order to continue said system of exploitation. Wasn't that before capitalism? No, colonialism occurred under capitalism. The transatlantic slave trade and capitalism largely coincide. And it's why people connect the two, right? Capitalism was the theory of Adam Smith, who lived in the late 1700s. Yeah, but there was also mercantilism, which was the predecessor to capitalism and formed the bedrock of Adam Smith's ideas, which is why people largely trace capitalistic commodification and systemization to the transatlantic slave trade, which again predated Adam Smith. You can find a lot of the elements that Adam Smith writes about before Adam Smith describes them. Because Alan Smith, the issue you're running into is that Adam Smith describes the system of capitalism. It is a descriptive thing, not prescriptive. So what he is describing is what mercantilism has become over time. What the transition from the feudal economies of old to the capitalistic system. Adam Smith is describing that. It is not a prescription, it is a description. And so mercantilism was largely a shift away from the feudal era to the capitalistic era. Hope that makes sense. Because I think we can all agree that Adam Smith didn't invent capitalism and then sell it to people. That's not what happened there. He was describing things in his work that previously existed. Kind of like how Marx in Das Kapital is not inventing capital. He's describing the system of capital. Again, largely, most historians will trace the birth of the transatlantic slave trade with the codification and creation of capitalism as a system. Because again, the transatlantic slave trade took time to set up, colonialism took time to ramp up. Largely, the two are interrelated, so people associate the two, and historians write about them in tandem. So what is this source? Unsure about the question.
Logic was used to murder downwards of 100 million people. The way our worldview became a lie was through this trick. Another element here is that for most of these ideas, when they were tested, they were proven to be demonstrable.
Oh, he's citing a source on that side. Oh yeah, excellent question, Coder Joe. Let's take a look at Matthew White. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm guessing this isn't the American singer, songwriter, producer, and arranger, Atrocities? An incomplete number of 100 million deaths due to capitalism. Genuinely, though, I feel like that's a really incomplete number, and I feel like it really depends on how you calculate the deaths. Let's see. Oh, it's a co-production between Matthew White and Steven Pinker. That explains a lot. Yeah, Steven Pinker is one of those race realists. He's a racist.
The way our worldview became a lie was through this trick. Another element here is that for most of these ideas, when they were tested, they were proven to be demonstratively incorrect, or they never tested these ideas in the first place, or they built structures to actively avoid testing them. Marxism or Freudianism are great examples where built into their implicit structure is that anyone who tries to falsify them are either class enemies or repressed.
Oh god. The closed loop, the greatest philosophic failing of our era, which has killed over 150 million people so far. In lots of world cultures, you have the symbol of the worm, Ouroboros, with the Norse Midgard serpent being one of the best examples. What this symbolizes is the tendency of things to not be able to see past low growth cycles and not integrating feedback for growth. An example of this is low trust governments where the government steals private property. People don't produce things, so both the government and people grow poor. Philosophically, this is modernity's failing of using definite definitions to avoid reality. Modernist philosophers like Karl Marx, Hegel, or Freud are used highly autistic definitions to control reality and then say they're right by definition. Marxists are the worst at this, where they'll make up new terms and then change the terms, so there's literally no way to disprove Marxism ever. Postmodernism, they argue sex and race or even directly reality does not exist since we can change the definitions. What this does is it allows rationalizing literally everything, which allows the greatest evils. Okay.
This means they're stuck in the closed loop, where they use definitions which say that—
Oh, Matthew White, the author, has been criticized for his use of made-up historical statistics. Interesting.
are correct by definition, since they defined their terms that way. Modernity's great issue is confusing the finger pointing at the moon with the moon itself. This makes our culture profoundly gullible and silly. That since we will build an entire worldview off foundations that are just incorrect, and then invalidate the entire project. This is one of the things I see the map paradigm does, which just makes me facepalm. The map paradigm will demand an enormous amount of effort and willpower in order to attain goals that don't even make sense. For example, the entire communist experiment, which again killed like 80 million people, was based off economic principles which anyone with any degree of knowledge or wisdom knew were totally incorrect at the time of Marx.
Now, I'm going to put out there that Karl Marx is taught in college level courses to this day because Capital is a very useful examination of how capital functions. And that's number one. Number two is that I want someone to point out how the state controlling a factory or a farm is equivalent to what Marx called for, which is workers controlling the factory or the farm. Because those are very different things. And what's interesting to me is that Rudyard doesn't seem to have any knowledge of that whatsoever. So he's like, yes, communism, the stateless, classless, moneyless society of the USSR, I guess. I don't know. You gotta be pretty dull if you think that, again, what is advocated in communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, and like you look at the USSR and none of those things are true, and workers did not control their own workplaces or even have like full democratic representation within like their state at the bare minimum. Like, nah. No. These are not this is not the economic system that Marx was advocating for.
Wokeness or Nazism as examples are just based off objectively incorrect.
Oh, God. All right. Both wokeness and Nazism are guilty of basically being utterly delusional in a few ways. Nazism, the Germans were not actually racially superior to the Slavs, and the Slavs beat the Germans. I love that. Sorry. The idea that, like, well, they weren't actually racially superior, but if they were, though, what insane shit. Germany had not, in fact, been stabbed in the back during World War I, and the Jews weren't destroying Germany. The Nazis declared war on the entire world out of delusion and lost. Their financial policy basically killed Germany's economy through debt and inflation. Wokeness, total denial about biology or human nature. Trans is the most obvious insanity where men and women are clearly different. God, I want him to do a whole video about how men and women are clearly different. Please. Please put that out. I would love it so. People are biologically different and equality is a lie. Just because one demographic is richer than another doesn't mean it was caused by repression. Our financial policy also killed us through debt and inflation. I love that he's trying to argue that Western civilization is being killed by its own ideologies and capitalism isn't leading to the deaths of anyone, while simultaneously arguing that debt and inflation, two fundamental concepts in capitalism, are killing Western civilization. But you know, it's interesting that, you know, the death toll doesn't get added onto the previous slide, but you know, it's fine. Even his claims don't really make sense together.
Principles or ideas, and thus any attempt to reach them will always backfire. You can't have an incorrect idea and then be shocked that it doesn't work. Nietzsche said that overwork was a symptom of modernity, or using constant busyness as a way to get out of the 2 or 3 major things that really matter to the course of your life. In the ancient or medieval worlds, your life was naturally organized around the things which would give you the most meaning. That meant that through the process of living, you would naturally cultivate meaning so you'd be happy on your deathbed. In the map paradigm, the world is organized around the most meaningless things first, like hedonism or—
Wait, I'm sorry. So you'd be happy on your deathbed. I think, like, the idea that, like, the point of you living a good life was so that you'd be happy on your deathbed. I don't think people work that way. I don't think that's ever like, oh yes, you must live a good life so that you're happy when you die. I don't know how compelling that is. I think people want to be happy now and in the future, and like the idea of you must suffer so that you can smile while you die is that's weird. That's a weird concept to imprint upon entire swaths in time periods.
The world is organized around the most meaningless things first, like hedonism or comfort, while totally ignoring the concept of meaning. This is why we have a suicidally nihilistic society. Before we—
I love that he's like, yes, look, a rave, suicidal nihilism.
We get started going through the evidence later in this video. If you're wondering how this happened, the short answer is that MAP is like a student who just keeps making an equation larger and larger, pouring huge amounts of effort into it. But the thing is, the math is just wrong, so it doesn't matter. Modernity never checks to see if its assumptions are even correct.
That's just not true. There are hundreds of millions of people in this country alone, and people are definitely double-checking each other's work.
There is no quality control. This is ironic, since
The Iron Law of Science from Michael Streven's book, The Knowledge Machine. Okay, well, new reference. Michael Streven's. Is this guy a Nazi? Doesn't seem like it. Perhaps we perhaps we found like an actual guy. What do we got? Okay. Yeah, this guy seems like just a guy. Wait, let's take a look at Knowledge Machine. During the 17th century scientific revolution, a small handful of radical thinkers, among them Francis Bacon and Isaac Newton, hit upon a way of investigating the mysteries of the natural world. Okay, so it's a book about, like, the codification of the scientific method. The knowledge machine demonstrates that the invention of modern science required not more but less rationality. By willfully ignoring religion, aesthetic beauty, and especially philosophy, scientists embraced an unreasonably narrow method of inquiry, whose very narrowness channeled unprecedented energy into the observation and experiment. The same force has driven the success of science ever since. But, like, science didn't ignore religion? Or aesthetic beauty? Or philosophy? Like, science didn't ignore, like, people attempted to apply the scientific method to each one of those endeavors. I just... Like, people have been trying to scientifically prove Christianity, for example, for ages. People have been trying to, scientifically, objectively prove aesthetic beauty or like archetypal forms or like all that shit since the scientific revolution. Yeah, early geology was all about Noah's flood. Exactly.
Science, and especially so after peer review, which emerged after World War II.
How much more of this is left? Literally 55 minutes. We have gotten through 20 minutes of this.
Could have done the opposite, but this has clearly not been the case in applied reality. We made a false imitation of the world as our worldview and then didn't check the relationship between our simulation and the original. One of the points James Burnham made that's so brilliant in his prophetic book called The Suicide of the West, that was written in 1961, was that when you interact with the progressive, you're dealing with their mental projection of the world, not the reality. When the left thinks of black people, they have their own mental image of blacks as progressive, helpless babies, which bears very little
Jesus Christ
resemblance to actual living black people. If their economic policies fail, it's always the right's fault, since their worldview was designed to have no feedback loop to reality to disprove it. That since the left is built off the abdicating of responsibility. The reason we did this was several-fold. The first is that the staggering wealth and progress of the last few centuries in the Western world made delusion very easy. The title for this segment is a play on words, that this false worldview is both an outcome of an understandable failing of human nature, that any population which experienced as much success as the West did would have an ego issue. The good thing is that the West largely did not use this power in a totalitarian manner to lord it over the world's inhabitants and made the decision to pull back and try to be more moral. At the same
God. You guys might be in disbelief when I say I'm grateful that the West has not used the power of modernity in a purely tyrannical, imperialist, or totalitarian way. What I mean by that is that the reason our era of history is bad is that in the last generation, the good guys won. If you look at any outcome of the 20th century, the Western Christian nations of America, but secondly, Britain, France, and I'd even throw in the Kaiser's Germany, were decent nations. If the Soviets, Nazis, Japanese, or Marxists won, we'd be living in a very, very ugly world today. The 20th century nearly became 1984, or mass genocide. It nearly became mass genocide. The 19th... It only nearly became mass genocide, not... Huh. Oh, God. And the work of good men prevented it. Only in a world where America won would the late 20th century have seen the near utopian prosperity it did.
Now these are typical head shapes.
Oh, Sake Tanuki, if it genuinely at any point in the last 20 minutes of this, it has felt like he's on the verge of breaking out the calipers for real, for real. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for supporting stream. And if anyone else would like to support, we've been doing this for like 2 hours. It's taken us 2 hours to get through 20 minutes of this. But if you're getting anything out of the stream, folks, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. if you feel so inclined. I can't believe that we're still going. I can't believe we are not even farther in this. America won with the late 20th century have seen the near utopian prosperity it did, alongside the development of the third world in a global system. You describe utopian prosperity, then talk about the development of the third world? Like, fuck you, dude. In fact, it was so good that we slammed into mouse utopia and total social collapse due to the enabling weakness. We avoided nuclear war, and the West even gave up its colonies willingly. Those are pretty incredible things by historic standards. Ah, yes. The West gave up its colonies willingly. No major reasons for them to drop the rule over colonies whatsoever. Nothing to do with, you know, the underlying problems of suppressing an entire population on the other side of the world. But okay.
Time, the core lie of this false worldview was the misunderstanding of human nature, which
also colonies still exist. Also, the United States was doing like a genocide in the Philippines prior to World War I. Like, come on, dude.
Discuss in The Greatest Lie Ever Told. The counterintuitive nature of a lot of real science meant that people could use science-y sounding terms to pretend that the sky was red somehow. I mean,
the sky can be red, man. Have you never seen a sunset or a sunrise? God damn it.
If you talk about physics, most of it does not make sense to normal people.
Also, you're a Sunday Kitten. Thank you for the $5
I'm getting
dodo.
something from the stream. Brain damage.
It's true. It's true. I did try and warn you all before we got too deep into this. Also, Yannick de Newberg, thank you for the €5. Very much appreciated.
It feels almost like malpractice to not be wearing a pith helmet for these segments.
It does. It does almost feel like malpractice. I do want to remind folks in the side chat, you do have the colonialism emote that you could be using. And while it doesn't have a pith helmet, it does have a British man with a bowler hat. So I feel like functionally the same.
Or math, and so it's easy to convince them that the world itself does not make sense. Secondly, the rise of democracies and mass societies alongside the huge scale of the Industrial Revolution meant that there was a large incentive to believe things that sounded pleasant and placated as many people as possible. Once you—
Dang, chat, a 10x combo? I don't know that I've seen you do that well hardly ever. Well done.
Get into large enough groups, the incentive is no longer truth-seeking, but rather it becomes placating its own hive mind. Unlike earlier eras of history which were aristocratic, in our society the ruling regime needs to use science to maintain their right to rule as technocrats. Thus—
What are you talking about? Our ruling class aren't technocrats. They're oligarchs. Like, they're not ruling because of the virtue of their technology. Like, China has like CEOs of smartphone companies too. Like, it's not okay.
They have to control and indoctrinate the population to stay in power.
Just like Obama. Obama was a technocrat. Look at all of his phones. We just made it to part 2, chat. We're at part 2, and it is now 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. And I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I am, out of curiosity, gonna skip ahead. We're at 22 minutes and 41 seconds. I'm gonna skip ahead here.
Some of you would know who
and see, like, oh good, it's not. I'm really hoping I can see
every
part 3 somewhere. Maybe are there timestamps? No, of course it would be too much to ask for timestamps. Um I just want to know how deep into the video we get the part 3 to know if I can actually make it through part 2, cuz I don't think we're finishing this tonight. Cuz like holy shit. I mean, I'd guess that part 3 would be maybe 40 minutes in. Come on. Where is it, you son of a bitch? Where'd you put the part 3? Come on, come on. Do I have another one in me? Talks a lot about Japan and China later on. Is this just a 2-part video? Watch this for more info. Francis Fukuyama. I genuinely don't know where the end of part 2 is. It's so disappointing. Because if it was like 10 minutes further in, I would go. But like, I'm not seeing it. Oh, fuck. He just never got to the point. Well, his point is that he believes that modernism creates a false reality that prevents you and I from seeing what actually exists. Right? So his premise here is that modernity has created a set of definitions, and in order to discover the real truths about the world, you need to look back for the commonalities between previous ages of the world and civilizations of the world, because in aggregate they must, like, the ideas that they had in common altogether must clearly be true, you know. And it's bizarre, to say the least, you know. Here, I will back it up to where we stopped.
think there's no analysis where socialism in the long term works. You have some European socialist
Look, I don't know. I think a democracy can work. I think socialism can work because socialism relies upon democracy as its bedrock. People just like freedom.
countries, which look good on paper now, but they've still witnessed the continent slide into irrelevancy. I mean, most political scientists are statistically either Marxist or sympathetic.
That's not true at all. Like, at all?
And that's a completely failed political ideology by any metric. I very rarely see political science try to explain the world or tackle causation.
Yeah, that's because political science is like the science of like political movements, and like there's like some sociology sprinkled in there, but it's for like people who want to run campaigns. I'm gonna be done here. I can't handle it. I can't handle it anymore. I can't do it. That was really painful. I thought I could get back into it. I think I'm cooked tonight, chat. I think I'm cooked. This was transphobic. I mean, it literally was, and also it was additionally transphobic, for sure. Thank you for your sacrifice. Look, you guys earned this content, and I'm trying to deliver it as best I can. She got roodyarded. I need to rest. It was too mentally taxing for my dainty feminine brain. Anyway, that's part 1 of this entire reality is a lie. So, you know, that's where we're at. Good night, everyone. How do you get your hair to shine so? I wash it, and it's just a really nice color. And also, I have good lighting, so helps the hair to shine, as it were. Good night, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow, and I appreciate all y'all being here. Remember, like the stream, share it around, talk about it, tell all your friends, and consider supporting if you can. That being said, good night, everybody. I am tired. And, yeah. We're, gonna be done for a bit here. And, I'll see you all on another time. Bye. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Do, 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 do. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day. Send all my loving to you. All my loving I will send to you. All my loving.